Hey, my friends, what is up? What's going on? I am coming to you on this Friday night. Thank you for your patience getting into the Sned Shed here. Just taking care of some final things that need my attention. And but welcome. What a week! It's Friday night, and still no tweet. And when I say tweet, you know the one I'm talking about. Um, we still don't have it. Do I think we're going to get it? I do. And I think it's going to be significant. And I think it's sooner than it's ever been, certainly, but also sooner than the election. And so, at any rate, let me see who was the first in the Sned Shed tonight, my friends. Welcome, one and all. Brian watched Mickey Mouse Gill today, and he mentioned Script twice. Yeah, he's got a hard on for Script. He's got a man crush. And Script is, tearing him apart. As am I. He attacked me as well. He is insignificant, my friends. The more you understand who he is not a part of the future. He is not a part of um, the cleansing of the deep state. Shay, hi, Dave, and hi to all of us who can't get enough of Dave and Truth. Thanks, Shay. I appreciate you. Gil was talking about Trump posting Q stuff, except he's too arrogant to follow Q, and he wouldn't listen to me about Q. He actually asked me, what does Q say about me, as if he's significant. He's not, and Q has said nothing about him, and Trump doesn't need anything that Gil has. Dave's not here, man. Mr. Brightside, hello. Yeah, Flynn and Nino and 107 is what he was talking about. What a joke. So good evening, Sandora. Great view, David. Thank you. That is something that I do every morning as I wake up. What you're seeing in my opening on Rumble is the sunrise off my deck, second story. I've always liked to be on the beach or up high, and I choose up high. And being 6'8", I think that's probably why. 6'9" at one point, but I lost an inch. Hello, Tammy. Hello, Debbie. Hello, Shayna. Hello, Mr. Sciatica. Hello, Kareen. Brian, Linda. This will be one hell of a show. Yes, it will, my friend. Suzanne, I'm sorry, Jennifer, Southern Belle, what's happening? So, Ellen, good to see you. Shibby, hello. Deanna, good to see you. Deb, Catherine, fantastic. Ellen, Boom Q, Mr. Brightside, Craving Wisdom got dumbed down by Kamala interview. Folks, I did it. I jumped on a grenade for you, and I actually watched that interview. And like Mr. Brightside, whew, I felt dumber for it. I felt smarter about the level of propaganda that we're witnessing is really something unique and something that we haven't seen before. And I carry hello, C Route 17, Tracy, good to see you all. So hi Bonnie, hi Lorraine, hello Spellinger, hello Lorraine in New Hampshire. Awaken Trillium, Viola, what's happening? Marta, hello, dear. And my friends, let's get to it, shall we? This is okay. So I am broadcasting to Hawk's 2 channels. Let me see if I can put those up for you. I don't necessarily recommend going here um, when you want to see me live, simply because the I don't always broadcast to his channels, but I think I'm going to start doing it, and then dropping those channels if I get into something that could, cause him harm on those channels. But my friends, please do yourself a favor, though. Please go to YouTube, Hawks Mustard Seeds 25. That's all one word. And also, if you like Facebook, Hawk J Marsden on Facebook. This is my friend and Marine veteran, who we're talking about doing something, I think maybe next week together. But he does a great daytime show, and he covers a lot of the stuff that's going on. He goes through his ex, so please check out Hawk and support his work. And he's also Hawk at Hawks Mustard One on X. Okay, at Hawks Mustard One on X. So, my friends, please, if this speaks to you, please share this show out. I do want to take notice of something that Kevin is starting to do, Mr. Sciatica, and who is in the chat with us as he always is. And please go and follow at Kevin Rotello. And what you're going to get is some awesome memes, but also the show share. But also, what he's doing is he's starting to take out clips of the show, highlights from last night's show, and I would welcome you all to check these out. This is like 14 minutes. This is 10 minutes from last night. This was from 2 nights ago when I had script on. By the way, as you saw in the title, Sir Oliver is going to join us a little bit later. And so, as a matter of fact, I have to send him an invite to the, here we go. Hold on. All righty. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Did that work out all right? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me, I got to check something here. Let me play something for you here. And let me see. Here it is. No, I can't do it there. Bear with me. Okay, we are live streaming on Rumble. We have almost 280 over on Rumble, 379 on all the other platforms. Please share this out, my friends. Let people know, because don't assume they know and they're busy, because a lot of times people don't get the notification from Rumble or from some of the other platforms, and that's been a real problem. And I definitely have seen that as a mechanism that big tech has used in order to keep certain accounts down. So I welcome you to share it to some that are in the space, in our family, if you will, that you don't see here. Folks, this is my address for those of you who have been asking for my a PO box. Please see that there below and take note of that as before I take it down. And I appreciate anybody who is, thinking of sending a check or whatever you may want to send. It is greatly appreciated. So I will, and if you'd like to support this Truthcast, you may do so below with that information. And so, without further ado, what I want to show you is the following. A pretty cool little video that Kevin did. So let me pull this up for you here. And okay, you've got it right there. Let me take down this stuff. There we go. And blow this up a little bit. Here you go.
Ready to form Voltron. Activate interlock. Dinotherms connected. Infracells up. Mega thrusters are go. Let's go, Voltron forward. Ready to form Voltron. Activate interlock. Dinotherms connected.
Play it again.
Up. Mega thrusters are go. Let's go, Voltron forward.
Sorry about that, guys. You have Spiritual Street Fighter up in the upper left. You have the Punisher symbol. You have Sir Oliver. You have Script Keeper. And then you have yours truly in that. So a lot of fun, Kevin. Thank you for that, brother. That's pretty cool. And always wanted to be a superhero. By the way, I have zero idea what that cartoon is. So I feel kind of like maybe embarrassed to say that because I feel like I'm supposed to know what that is. But maybe I'm dating myself. I'm not sure. So we hold on one second. I have to. There we go. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm kind of bouncing around here tonight. Let me get on track here. I want to share with you this video. Scott Lobato, many of you know. This is why I'm having a tough time because I always have StreamYard on the left, and I keep going left for that. It's a process here, folks, to try to get. So here is Scott Lobato. Let him take it away.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, in Washington, D.C., in front of our Capitol. To do what? To make history. By what? Unveiling a painting? Yes, by unveiling the next Mona Lisa, the next greatest work of art that is going to change the course of history because it is art, the unsung hero that changes history. This is a portrait, my Mona Lisa, of Kamala Harris. It's called We Did It, Joe. This painting needs to go viral to show who and what this woman is. Everybody's been hitting me up since I've been talking about it. Nobody's even seen it yet. And I'm ordering prints. I don't even have them yet. Now I do. You can order them on my website, scottlobato.com. Signed prints. They're all ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you my Mona Lisa, a portrait of Kamala Harris.
There you have it. This is very interesting. Here is a Kamala character in wearing a communist symbol and eating the heart and guts of the eagle representing the United States of America. And if you look over in the corner, let me see if I can make this bigger for you. Yeah, well, I can do it on the actual image that I copied. Let me do that. I actually had that pulled up for you already. Let me do that. And Sir Oliver will be joining us pretty soon. And let me see. Let me share this with you. Okay, here we go. So this is this is the photo or the painting. I'm sorry. And I need to see if I can make it bigger for you. It's called "We Did It, Joe." And here's Joe in the corner with a dunce cap on with a knife in his back. And of course, there's World War III nuclear weapons. And it really is quite disturbing, this image. But at the same time, it's not inaccurate, right? It's not. It's very sad, actually. And so this is the reality we find ourselves in. I listened to the interview with CNN, and even though Dana Bash had some questions that ideally Kamala wouldn't necessarily want to be asked, there was no push, there was no pressure, there was no calling her out for some of the answers that she gave. So they were literally softball lobs. It was pre-recorded, it was edited, and she, kept saying, "My values have not changed." Well, she's right about some of it, about abolishing ICE, opening the border, defunding the police, releasing violent offenders, eliminating middle-class tax cuts, banning fracking, because they did eliminate Trump's tax cuts, banning fracking, which she says she's not going to do now, ending fossil fuel usage, which is because she believes in the Green New Deal, confiscating guns from legal gun owners, taking away the health care plans of hundreds of millions of Americans. So this is very much I look at it, and if the white hats were writing the script, or the black hats were writing the script, it's equally as devastating to the DNC, to the Democrats, to this deep state, just by what's happening. First of all, she's hiding from the press, and then she gives an interview, but it's not live, and it has to be with her running mate. I just think this whole thing is a charade. Can you think of a farther left senator, vice president, running for president? She is far, far left. She did horrible things in California. And then and then this weird thing about how Joe Biden, who obviously got 81 million votes and beat, the greatest president ever, the greatest candidate ever in history in terms of, the support. And they just push him aside and install her without any votes. It's and they keep talking about democracy, but we're not seeing democracy. We're not seeing anything of the sort. We're seeing just the absolute opposite of that. And so, very interesting to see this unfold because, a woman, I was at the grocery store just a bit ago, and I was in line and I was checking out, and this woman said, I went to, she was in line behind me, an elderly woman. She said, I'm uh, canning some food. And a year ago, I came and I bought a gallon of apple cider vinegar, and it was $7.40 or something like that. She said, "Guess how much it is today, a year later?" And I said, "How much?" She said, "Over $21, $21.50 or something like that." Like 3 times. The amount of groceries that I was able to buy was, I mean, pathetic compared to how much it cost. And this is Bidenomics, this is Biden Harris, this is what we needed to see. This is what Q said we needed to be shown. We needed to be shown all of these things so that we would do something about it, because for the longest time, the socialists, the communists, the baby killers, the, no borders, the people that claim that this compassionate superiority over the rest of us, um, in order to, pass socialist agenda. That's what this is all about. I've said before, I have a friend who said, the worst thing we did is allow women to vote in this country. And it's a very like harsh kind of way to say that, right? Because I know many of you in my audience are women, and I've said many times that women are going to be, we need the mamas, we need the compassion of the mothers to, and those capable of giving birth. There's a different energy to you all. There's this mother, this nourishing, compassionate energy that dudes just don't have. A guy might, make a house, but a woman makes a home. And raises the next generation, and oftentimes raises the next generation after that as a grandmother, and shows the kind of compassion and love and devotion and uh, just consistency that these young ones need to see and need to feel. And so, but to address a comment like, we ruined this country by allowing women to vote. The reason why, um, is because the deep state, the cabal, they prey upon your compassion. They prey upon human compassion. And women are built for more compassion. Certainly, there's going to be exceptions to every rule. I'm sure you know a lot of men that are incredibly compassionate. I do as well. But generally, we're talking about in generalities. So they've preyed upon the women's compassion and the women's sense of like, oh, I'm so disgusted by that comment or this comment. And Trump lost a lot of women's votes, and he continues to test those waters, even though he's got tremendous more support from females. But the point is that you cannot allow your gut and your heart to lead you, because the heart and the gut are the things that are manipulated through the indoctrination, through the brainwashing. That's where they get you. Okay. They don't get a bunch of people that are, want illegal immigrants as their neighbor. They get people that have been convinced that it's the compassionate thing to do to open our borders to people fleeing horrible areas of the world. And so they prey upon that. And they prey upon, they've also, there's another meme I wanted to show you as well. Democrats be like, well, at least we can still have an abortion. We got World War III, but at least we can have an abortion. And if you talk to a lot of young women, it's they have been manipulated through fear to think that those rights are going to be taken away from them, or that women are under attack. And then you have Trump retruthing something like this, and it's Zeke Arkham, at Zeke Arkham, ZeekArkham. He says, funny how blowjobs impacted both their careers differently. And he posts Kamala and Hillary. And, kind of a funny joke. Well, that is until the former president of the United States, retruths it. And when he retruthed it, let me see if I can find this young man. Here we go. Here we go. This is Zeke Arkham. If you want to give him a follow on Truth, he's only got 430 followers on Truth. And then on this one, I think on X, he's got a lot more. He's got 369,000 followers. And, here's a father, and he made this joke. MAGA Black. It's a cool t-shirt. I like that. But basically, after he posted this, here, that awesome moment when at real Donald Trump retruths your BJ joke. Hillary's going to get me, isn't she? Well, it's been great knowing you all. Raise a fist in my memory. Well, the thing about that is that when you have some success like this, right, where Trump retruths you, and maybe Spiritual Street Fighter could attest to this, they come after you. Here's a nasty woman, hand to forehead, who says, how old was she when you started instructing her in BJ technique? He's talking about his daughter, who is 9 years old, I believe. And my daughter is going to grow up to see Clarence Thomas as a hero, not George Floyd. I'm sorry. Hold on. She's going to read Thomas Sowell, not some BLM manifesto. My daughter's 9 years old. What are you trying to say? What would make you say this about a child? Is this typical leftist behavior? Go after children who have done nothing to you, insinuate something that takes a warped and sick mind? I'd never go after a child. Too bad this woman can't say the same. So, these folks like Zeke, like Spiritual Street Fighter, and many others who retruth Trump are like lightning rods to they come after you, and they're very, very nasty. And that's very, it's, disgusting behavior. But you see a glimpse, just a glimpse of what Trump sees every day, right? Um, Oliver, I sent you another link, brother, if you're listening. And it should, you have to come in through through a YouTube or Facebook account, remember? And let me see. I think Hawk even gave you access. And I can't see where that is. Hawk, are you in the house, brother? Did you give Oliver a different access? Because we were having trouble last time. So Oliver, if you go back to your communications with Hawk and how he sent you that link, that might help too. We've got 668 on all the platforms and another 465 on Rumble. So we're up over 1,100. So welcome one and all. And on this Friday evening, I'm glad you chose to hang a bit with us on this Friday. Oliver's going to be with us shortly. And I'm looking forward to doing three drops with him tonight, and and then keeping it fairly short. I want to remind you that tomorrow night, and let me see, I think we were talking 8 p.m. Saturday, August 31st. Movie night with Sned, and my movie will be tomorrow night. I'll be showing my movie. Oliver, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good. What's up?
Hey, good to see you, man. Good to have you.
I couldn't get my avatar up, so I just decided to go with Commander in Chief.
Hey, you can't do worse than that.
Can't do
Right.
worse than that, buddy.
I tell you, man. And I was just talking about how he's under fire, under the gun, in such a big way, and those that get retruthed by him are also, they're like a lightning rod for those people that are just sent out to search and destroy.
Yeah, I started experiencing myself. I've been away this past week, and so I've been in and out of Acts and Truth. I haven't been on as much as I usually am. I've experienced a lot of lag in my posts. For instance, I post something and it just takes a long time to pop up, that kind of thing.
Mhm. Yeah.
Especially Facebook. Facebook's the worst. I tried putting stuff on there. I joined TikTok to try to start putting stuff on there. It's weird. It's very weird. But it's 2020 all over again, right? That's what it feels.
Well, what's funny is, I was just thinking about this earlier, is that bringing Tim Walz into the race definitely brings back memories of 2020, because nothing burned like Minnesota, man.
Yep.
I mean, that was just a joke, right?
And they want everyone to remember.
Yep.
They want everyone to remember. They did.
And I was,
How do I
Go ahead.
change my avatar? I don't know how.
So the three dots in the upper right hand corner of your down at the bottom where your your box is, those three dots, if you click that, it should say edit avatar.
No, I remember.
You can also go back out and then do your settings. Yeah, you could do it there. I think that's what he's doing. But this is, what I was saying about, Kamala being this far, far left individual, and then bringing Tim Walz, who's even farther left than she is, and one of the worst governors in terms of, World Economic Forum, very much very much, into all the wokeness. Parents asked for a bill, and they got a bill that was that you if a baby was born or came out from an abortion alive, that they would have to save the child, and he vetoed that. Um, this is a really, really horrible, horrible leader. He is, completely following the woke crowd, and he allowed Minnesota to just go downhill, especially Minneapolis, especially during the 2020 riots. Folks, if I was, again, writing the white hat script, I couldn't be doing any better job than they're doing. And if it's a black hat script, well, that's just insane. Just insane. I can't even imagine the stupidity involved in that. So Oliver is might be having a tough time getting back into us. Let me take us to. Okay. And I am, and Ingersoll Lockwood has been busy tonight, my friends. And I will be taking us to that as well tonight. Little of that. And there is a, well, let me take you to the song. Let me play the song while we wait for Sir Oliver to come back in. This is Ingersoll Lockwood, and I've been playing those songs for you. Here we go.
Looking glass hazy on 2025, feels like the heart barely feeling alive. Whispers of love don't carry the tune in a world where hope fades too soon. Pray for those numbers 4547, dreaming of a modern heaven. Junior must find that shimmering light, save the land from the darkest night. Through the looking glass we stare, hoping someone still cares. Love's the thread we need to weave a brighter day we long to believe. Memories of simpler days gone by, now we're reaching for stars in the sky. Echoes of laughter, soft and sweet, disappeared in a hurried heartbeat. Through the looking glass we stare, hoping someone still cares. Love's the thread we need to weave a brighter day we long to believe. Through the looking glass we stare, hoping someone still cares. Love's the thread we need to weave a brighter day we long to believe. Brighter day we long to believe. Deep state shadows creeping near, will we overcome the fear? In the haze we seek the truth, calling out, save our youth.
Wow.
day we long to believe.
Sorry, I hacked that. I thought it was over. Let me back it up just a hair here. And hit. I didn't back it up enough. Gonna hear it again. Sorry.
Looking glass hazy on 2025. Feels like the heart barely feeling alive. Whispers of love don't carry the tune. In a world where hope fades too soon. Pray for those numbers 4547. Dreaming of a modern heaven. Junior must find that shimmering light. Save the land from the darkest night. Through the looking glass we stare, hoping someone still cares. Love's the thread we need to weave a brighter day we long to believe. Memories of simpler days gone by. Now we're reaching for stars in the sky. Echoes of laughter, soft and sweet, disappear in a hurried heartbeat. Through the looking glass we stare, hoping someone still cares. Love's the thread we need to weave a brighter day we long to believe. Through the looking glass we stare, hoping someone still cares. Love's the thread we need to weave a brighter day we long to believe. Brighter day we long to believe. Deep state shadows creeping near. Will we overcome the fear? In the haze we seek the truth, calling out, save our youth. Through the looking glass we stare, hoping someone still cares. Love's the thread we need to weave a brighter day we long to believe.
And there you have it. Very lovely song there. Let me bring up Oliver. Can you hear me, Oliver?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. You sound great. You got no avatar.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix that now. Give me a minute.
All right. No rush. So that, my friends, was on Ingersoll Lockwood. That was one of the last ones that the most recent. This is the one. Let me see. This one was today, and I want to bring up. There were three. I believe three today. And I could take you through more of it, maybe a little bit later when we're done with Oliver's dives. One of them I'm having trouble bringing up, but let me play this song for you. This was the second to the last addition to Ingersoll Lockwood today. Let me just do this. Now, I love that song, by the way. That was really good. It's not letting me get out of here. Let me try this again. And if you remember, guys, when you go to Ingersoll Lockwood and this comes up, you want to. Hold on.
He took a stance, saying America by chance. Get your popcorn out and enjoy the show. A storm is coming, don't you know? Up against the shadows.
You're hearing this, yes?
Yep.
Cool. Let's see.
45 through 47, America's pride. Swing high, swing low. Trucks, hammer, whistle stole the show. Keep staying down in the ground. America's pride will abound. With Junior by his side. 45 through 47, America's pride. Swing high, swing low. Trucks, hammer, whistle stole the show. Keep staying down in the ground. America's pride will abound. Jazz it up, beat the drum. Freedom song, let's hum. Victory true shining through. Red, white, and blue made their debut. Enemies scattered, they had to flee. Hero unlocked democracy with a rhythm and a rhyme. Justice in time, America's belted shine. Junior by his side. 45 through 47, America's pride. Swing high, swing low. Trumps hammer and stole the show. Keep staying down in the ground. America's pride will abound. Get ready for the greatest storm. Thunder will shake the ground. God's chosen have been found. Heard our call, a sacred sound. Pray for peace and prosperity. Trump is making world history. Yeah, they scattered, they had to flee. Our hero unlocked democracy with a rhythm and a rhyme. Justice in time, America's bells did chime. With Junior by his side, 45 through 47, America's pride. God's chosen have been found. They heard our call, a sacred sound. Praying for peace and prosperity. Trumpets making world history. Ooh, we got a whisker. Trump is making world history. Trump is making world history.
All right, there you have it. By the way, was it? I know it'll be the same for you, Oliver, but for the listeners, did it sound better when I put towards the end when I put the mic closer? Let me see. Let's see. VHF, stop dropping a website, please. This is not a place for you to advertise shit. So either stop that or just move on. And Diana, thanks for looking after that. How you doing, brother? You good?
Yeah, man. Yes, the audio was kind of in and out a little bit. Like sometimes it was louder than others, but you could hear the whole thing.
it was the problem was it started playing in one of my other browsers. It doesn't come through properly for that. But I'm gonna there were like 3 new posts on Ingersoll Lockwood, and 1, 2, 3, and and that's the one that I just played, and I wanted to see. All right, bear with me on this one. We got another 2 minutes and 51 seconds, and then I wanna get your thoughts on it. Sorry. Let me go there.
Much better.
In the time machine we go to a land that's long ago. Baron Trump and Father Dear, saving why we're standing here. Ragtime beats and brass horns play. Through the years we save the day. From the past to future bright, Baron and his dad take flight. Saving America goes from the past to where it glows. Donald's wit and Baron's might, fighting for what's just and right, swinging through the ages past, keeping freedom strong and fast. Every challenge they would face with the charm and style of grace. Big band tunes and future sights, freedom's worth 1,000 fights. Old time rhythm, future flair, Baron Trump and Don with care. Country fair to moonlit skies, from the war to 80s highs. In the heart of endless time, they would fix what was a crime. Ragtime beats and brass horns play. Through the years we save the day. From the past to future bright, Baron and his dad take flight. Saving America goes from the past to where it glows. Donald's wit and Baron's might, fighting for what's just and right, swinging through the ages past, keeping freedom strong and fast. Every challenge they would face with the charm and style of grace, swinging through the ages past, keeping freedom strong and fast. Every challenge they would face with the charm and style of grace. Big band tunes and future sights, freedom's worth 1,000 fights. Old time rhythm, future flair, Baron Trump and Don with care. Country fair to moonlit skies, from the war to 80s highs. In the heart of endless time, they would fix what was a crime.
Wow.
Thoughts?
Wow. Well, for me, what stood out was Donald's wit and Baron's might. And so we know that Q talks about the time after Trump. And by the way, I can't get my avatar to come up. I don't know why, but it's no big deal. Q talks about there being a plan after Trump. Many of us, including myself, believe Junior will be in the spotlight by then, if not before then. But what about Barron? I've often thought that maybe Barron is going to step up in a big way. We know he's too young. It's going to take at least another 18 years before he can even be considered for that position. But in that time, it doesn't mean that he can't become part of the House somewhere or a local leader within his community, or something special. Trump always says he's special. Maybe he'll
Yep.
stay by his side the whole time until he's ready. But the mention of Junior, the mention of Barron, we know it's Space Force behind Ingersoll Lockwood.
Yep.
We know about the presidential, the presidential policy directives. I believe they refer to as. Correct me if I'm wrong. Um, the presidential policy directives that work in conjunction with the executive orders and the memorandums from the space policies. Remember, there were seven of them. There were
They,
seven. The
you
space
mean
the space force policies. There were
yeah,
seven directives. Remember?
yeah, from Ezra and what's his name? Um,
Miller.
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 Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Right. But this was all during Trump's term. The last one being on the 15th of 2021, where it was a memorandum for the Vice President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, Secretary of the Interior, Secretary of Commerce. This all has to do with continuity of government.
right,
Secretary of Transportation, Secretary of Energy, Secretary of Homeland Security, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, the Director of National Intelligence, the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, the Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. That was the last one that he implemented on January 15th, 2021. And then a few short days later, he said he's going to be gone for a while. You may not see him. So,
right.
yeah, interesting. The timing of it all. Very
Well,
interesting.
I've been thinking that Barron is definitely a part of Q for quite some time, and then recently, well, let's call it within the past 5 months, somebody asked Trump, um, "Who was Q?" And he said,
Really, I missed that.
Yeah,
I
he
missed
was.
that. Who asked him? Do you remember who it was?
Um, let me see. Um, I don't.
Was it during an interview?
It no, it was kind of like a. Can't remember. I just picture him sitting down, signing an autograph or something, and somebody said, "Mr. President, who's Q?"
Oh, yes, I do remember that. It was
Okay.
after a rally. It was after a rally. I do remember. It was like kind of in the crowd, like he was
Yeah,
walking, and he kind of walked past the person that asked him. He turned back, and I don't remember what he said, but I do remember that scenario. I do.
and he just the way he smiled, Oliver. I felt like he was proud,
Right.
like it was barren.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you'd be surprised, and I felt like there was fatherly pride there.
Well,
And
when I first brought that up, I immediately got attacked. Oh, he was 10 years old when the board started, this, that, and the other. But I mean, number one, the kid's a genius. Number two, if he's a time traveler, does it matter how old he was when the board started?
right, and look at those songs and how they're talking about the through the looking glass.
Right.
I mean, if you look at the actual, what do you call it? The actual address, physical address on the internet.
Right.
It's
1717.
well, yeah. I'm sorry, that's the physical address of the of Q. I'm sorry, of Ingersoll Lockwood, 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue. But when you go to the song, this one was 1926 to 1927. Then there was that last one Um, bear with me here. Okay, that was 26 to 27. This one said, making world history, a storm is coming, 45 through 47 dash 47. Right. That's the HTML address of that song. And then, and I'm going to get into this and I can do it later. But the last drop on Ingersoll takes us to the here. I'll show you the sealed indictments.
Right.
The
Right.
sealed
I remember that.
indictment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but this is fresh. Like this is the most recent, and it says on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, "Wake up, Neo." And so I want to get into this, but there's 459,000 sealed indictments now. And I actually grokked this and asked, how many indictments have there been? And it talks about, the large increase in sealed indictments, but it's also, it's a, they say that in 2006 there were like 1,000 of them, and so these are since 2018. I think before that, I think they go back into 2017 as well. But since we're talking about 7 years, and we're talking about 450,000 sealed indictments. So what does that tell you about the increase and the sheer number of indictments that have come along since Q? And this is what got all of our attention, right? Is how many sealed indictments. I think when Q first dropped, I think there were like 60,000 or something like that.
80 and change from what I remember, or 79, 80 something. Was it 80 something? I don't recall, but it did go up to almost 500,000. And James, my friend James, posted it today, and I didn't get a chance to look at it. So is that the latest from today?
That's today, yeah.
Okay. Wow. Well, there it is. Still there. I'm hearing a lot of chatter about New York and what's happening in New York, right? And
Yeah.
there's a guy, and I forget the guy's name. He walks around Manhattan filming himself. What the hell is his name?
Well, Scott Lebedo, the artist.
No, not him. No.
Oh, you're thinking of Jason Goodman.
What's his handle? What's his Twitter handle?
He walked into the hotel that was controlled by the army.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's Jason Goodman. He is. I'll pull him up.
Yes, I got it. It's crowdsource the truth. Yes.
Yeah, crowdsource the truth. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So let me just say this, because I've been saying this for a while now, maybe even over a year or so. National Guard has been activated in New York City for a long time now.
By the way, I can play this. It's 51 seconds if that helps your setup.
No. I'm actually, I saw it a few times. You can play it. You can play it for your audience. Yeah, it's good to see.
Let me share it, and then you could speak to it.
Mm-hmm.
Turning this thing into a migrant shelter? Why are you guys here at the hotel? Why is the army at this hotel?
We're here at the request of the state.
The state of New York has put the army into hotels? What the hell is that about? This is a public hotel, right? What is the army doing in this hotel? Have you guys taken over this hotel? What is? What the fuck is the army doing taking over civilian hotels in the middle of New York City? I can't record. So this is what I'm talking about, people. Do you think those guys are there to help you or me? What is going on?
I was a little surprised that he didn't press it a little bit more. Just get
Yeah,
it to actually get an answer. I was really disappointed in that.
right. It almost seemed like he just wanted to give us a little taste and have us all wondering. But here's the truth behind that. They've been monitoring the illegal immigrants for some time now in New York, and not just at the Walcott, at the Pennsylvania, on Ellis Island, and I mentioned this.
The Roosevelt
Right,
Hotel.
right, and up here, the Stewart's Air Force Base. There's a hotel on the base. I know this for a fact. So when I hear stuff like this, I'm like, all right, this guy's just trying to stir the pot a little bit because everyone's thinking now that Trump's going to get arrested, and good reason to believe. Everybody sees the writing on the wall. This judge Merchan, he's a corrupt judge. He's going to try to have Trump, thrown in Rikers Island. I just can't see it. I've never seen that. Like, some things you can hear and you immediately visualize it, and you're like, okay, that's going to happen. I've never even fathomed the thought, to be honest. But I can't bring myself to think it. Therefore, I can't even visualize it. You understand? I mean, think about it seriously. How would that go down? You think the Secret Service is just going to say, "Hey, yeah, all right, here, take him," or his own personal security? You think his
Yes.
own person?
Yeah, they can't. They by law, by their directive, they can't hand over.
Nope.
That now. But the question is, the this whole Marines are protecting Trump, right? Because the Secret Service wasn't to be trusted. And so that's why Q kept saying, why does Trump surround himself with military? Why does he surround himself with Marines? I think the military has been protecting him, not Secret Service.
Well, it's both. You have to have a certain degree of Secret Service. Remember, they opted not to have Junior the detail, but then they brought him back. So to a certain degree, you have some, and you're right. The Marines are, but I think it's more, covertly. What you see on the face is the Secret Service. What you don't see are the Marines, who are 100% protecting him.
And I think they're in control. Like, I think that the Secret Service is there, but that the Marines are calling the shots.
Right, because I don't recall if the president is in charge of the Secret Service. He's not. Right, that's Homeland Security, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. But he's in charge of the military. So there you go. There's that. I just look, regardless, I can't see it. I just can't see it. There would be such an uproar. I know a lot of correction officers who are 100% Trump.
Yeah.
There may be a revolution within Rikers Island alone.
Right.
I know a lot of people from the street who now support Trump. So I mean, look, we know that they want the worst case scenario for Donald Trump. Let's just say worst case scenario. They arrest him. He allows them to bring him to Rikers Island. He gets booked, goes through all the channels, and they take him to his cell, whatever. How is that going to continue? Like, he's going to have to do at least a year, because Rikers Island, the most you can do there is a year. So he would at least have to do, or up to a year, I should say.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's no jail there that allows the correction system to hold you more than a year. And
Okay.
that's C-76. C-76 is the building where anyone who's sentenced to a year or less, they go to Rikers Island C-76. So he'd be amongst prisoners who, they're all pretty much free for the most part throughout the day, but they all work. So he'd have to work, like physically work. I can't see it happening. And the other thing is, they'd be going against what the Supreme Court said, which that within itself is unlawful.
Right. Right.
So
Now, this is what's interesting, this new indictment. And that's why I was excited to see the indictments in the Ingersoll Lockwood. The latest post just today took us to the sealed indictments, because it was either last night or the night before, I took us on a trip through the indictments. Through indictments, I was talking about indictments because Trump mentioned the indictment.
well, that's right. He mentioned he needs one more indictment. That's in the drops. That last indictment. That's in the drops. Remember the drop with all the indictments, the blank indictments? There was the first one, and then the rest were blank. He just fulfilled the last one with this last indictment. I don't remember what number it was, but that's definitely. Did you go over that?
You mean the placeholder, or
Right. Yeah, I think it's a placeholder. I think it's one of the placeholder drops. Let me see if I can find it. Was it Kleinsmith, the first one?
Kleinsmith was the first, yeah. That's here. Oh, shoot, went to the wrong one. This is kind of like what we're doing is basically, what is the significance of what you and I are trying to do right now, right? We're trying to find out what they're trying to communicate to us, and what they're trying to give us a heads up about, right? And they can't come right out and say it. They have to allude to it. They have to be very code oriented. But Kevin Kleinsmith, KC 11-3, placeholder indictments tracking non-civilian.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's 6 and then 7 placeholder, or the last placeholder indictments tracking civilian. And this is this takes us to the Criminal Resource Manual, conspiracy to defraud the United States.
Right.
And
yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Okay. But what you were saying is that you think that Trump's last indictment was number 6?
On that list there, yes. Yep.
Interesting. Okay. And
so
go ahead.
So with everything the way it's transpiring, in my opinion, with now the National Guard being shown to the public, because guys, if for all we know, that guy could have been tasked to do that, to go in there and say, hey, isn't this a public hotel?
Well, there's definitely some that believe that, well, Goodman and his partner George Webb, his old partner, they had a falling out. But a lot of people think that they're compromised.
Wait, George Webb was his partner?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
I didn't know that. That name wasn't he in the drop? In the drops? Was he? No.
I don't think so.
No, not Webb. I'm thinking of someone else. But in any case, it's a
You know who
perfect.
George Webb is? He does kind of the same thing. He walks around, and George Webb was also at the
Yes, yes, yes,
assassination. Yeah.
yes, yes. Yep. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
And I don't know what to think about those guys, but supposedly Goodman's been doing some good work with John Cullen on the assassination. Like he's involved with John Cullen, and you know, getting to the bottom of the assassination attempt. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, well, for me right now, with what I saw with that video, um, you would think you could look at it two ways. That they actually are setting up for Donald Trump's arrest, right? Which I don't think so. Or they've been there all along monitoring the illegal immigrants, which that's what I know they're doing. Now, let's break that down. Why would the National Guard be at that hotel if they're setting up for the arrest of Donald Trump? Why would they be at a hotel? Monitoring the whole, like they're at the check-in desk of the hotel. Do they think that the MAGA is going to try to check into this hotel? And that's on 31st Street. The court is all the way downtown. You know, it's not making sense at all.
Well,
At all.
I just took it. I took it as that what they're looking to do is that they may be there for the migrants.
Right. Yes. Yes. To keep them in line. Because I think what they're going to try to do is another, you know, what you saw in Chicago. You know, but try to make it seem as if it's MAGA.
Right.
That's what they're going to try to do.
Listen, the last time they did that, it worked pretty damn well, didn't it?
I don't mean to laugh, but you know, I mean, I saw it right from the get. I saw it right from the get, and I know a lot of other people saw it as well. Some people like yourself, unfortunately, got caught up. You know, some others got caught up even worse. You know, hopefully they'll all be vindicated and you know, pardoned, and they can. I don't know if they can sue, but you know, we now know she's admitted twice, Nancy Pelosi, to you know, being responsible for the whole thing. But look, everything is going to come to light. Everything will eventually come to light. At this point, no. In fact, in one of the, I haven't done a deep dive in a while because I've been on vacation mode.
Good for you. Good
But
for you, man.
thank you. But I did post something because it just clicked right away with me. Scavino, and I don't recall if this was the one, but Scavino posted at 4:50 p.m. a 47-second video. Now, if you put those side by side, you have 45.
Truth or X.
I want to say it was X. Let me go to my page because I posted on it. I think it was X that he posted it on. I might have responded to his post. By the way, good show the other night. I caught some of it. Kevin posted a little like 11-minute clip with you and
Script.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Good shit.
Yeah. Thank you, man. That's some good stuff. And that was Spiritual Street Fighter.
Yes.
Right? We focused on her beautiful artwork that
she's amazing.
Trump retruthed 8 times, man.
Know. And then Anderson Cooper featured it on his show the other night.
Dude.
It was like, I'm telling you, it's 2020 all over again, bro.
Man,
you know,
I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I did last night. I did kind of a. If you watch the beginning of the show, I did a repeat but added some of the drops because one of the timestamps of Trump's retweet was 622. I went to the military. 622 was Dopey, I think, which is
That's
Al-Walid.
Al-Walid, right? Prince.
Yeah. And then, but I went to the military timestamp. That was significant, talking a lot about the 1822 was a lot of the mainstream media, like what we're seeing with the fake news and everything, and Soros. And then I believe it was Major Freddie who sent me and said that there was a timestamp difference between that might have been something else. I forget who sent it to me. So please chime in if you sent it to me. That there was 2 National Guard tweets that were 6 minutes and 22 seconds apart.
Boom.
Which confirmed my military timestamp that I went to, which was very significant as well. I mean, that was the more significant, the 1822. Right. And so it was really just like it, stuff kept popping up, dude. And it was, certainly it was Trump's, what do you call it? The confirmation of Q with all the catchphrases that Spiritual Street Fighter put in there.
Right.
But also the Q plus, the 2 Q pluses.
Yes. I saw that.
And so this is, this 1822 was just really significant. And I'll bring it up, and I won't go over it again because I think I've literally done it 2 nights in a row. But just to reiterate it, but also to show where that led me to as well. But this was all the bad things that they said POTUS would do, and it turns out it's all of us. I mean, it's all the things that they've fucked up, right? And
Did you hear the Anderson Cooper clip?
Yep.
He's panicking big time.
And I covered it last night. So if you watch Kevin's, Kevin did one 10 minutes of last night's show, you'll see.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, dude, check that out later. It's gold because I basically said, I wonder why Anderson Cooper might have a problem with Q.
Yeah, we know. We know why. Here's the thing, though, with guys like him, who isn't really a threat, right? Mm-hmm. He's a public figure for many, many years now. Although he's been farmed into the system, he's not really a threat. If you and I were to cross his path, right, on the street or in a bar or something, we ran into a problem, he could probably make a call and make it, difficult for us to get out of there. So is he dangerous in that aspect? Yes, I believe so. But as far as what the white hats are doing, he's no threat. And so, in my opinion, they've allowed him to continue doing what he does. But many times, I believe he's been reading a script written by the white hats, including what just happened the other night.
Yeah. So here's what's really interesting. I've gone down that road many times, and you and I have talked about it. If I, as a screenwriter, by the way, tomorrow I'm having movie night. I'm going to show my romantic comedy that was debuted in 2000 on HBO.
Nice.
And so going to have some fun, going to do a Q&A after. We're going to do it about 8 p.m. But if you and the missus like romantic comedies, I think you dig it. But at any rate, as a screenwriter, I couldn't write this any better than what we're seeing. And so whether it's a black hat script or a white hat script, well, we know that they've been reading the black hat script going back decades and decades and decades, the Mockingbird media, right? Well, because they have something on them. They don't let them get to that place unless they control them with blackmail and money and fame. And so if Q has it all and has grabbed all that information, now Q's handing them the script to read, because they have the same blackmail material that the Black Hats had.
Right.
Or the Black Hats are desperate. It's fourth quarter, and they're putting on a full court press any way they can, and they can't do anything. They're outmatched
Right.
by far. And
Yeah,
so
I when I saw that, I was like, wow, I can't believe he's doing this again. And still referring to it as QAnon.
Yeah.
You know.
and, yeah, and then the other thing about that is that if when somebody gets to a place that they're no longer credible, you want them spouting off against you.
Right.
Right.
Just makes them look, they're just losing all credibility at this
Right.
point.
And it raises our credibility. Right. Anderson Cooper denouncing QAnon, and then like me showing people why, like, here's his mother, here's their bedroom, here's this human sacrifice image behind them in this weird kind of art piece. Here's his brother who's now dead and possibly sacrificed, maybe, since they have a mural of a human sacrifice up on their wall. It's not too far of the stretch of the imagination. Here's their pool. Here's Tony Podesta's artwork that matches that pool of children tied up and their asses red from spankings or beatings or whatever. I mean, his denouncement of Q now gives us credibility, and it puts
What
it
about
into
the one? Right. What about the one with him sitting in what I believe is a hotel room with the lifelike photograph in the back of what looks like
John
Benet. Right.
Yeah. Yep. Showed that. That was
yeah, I think with guys like him, or with public figures like him, we may see some evidence that would justify him being taken away publicly. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah.
And so the papers, I forget the name of that company that was selling the adrenochrome. What was the name of that company? Symmetrack, something like that.
Yeah, I'm forgetting the name, but I have blown that up. I've turned it around. I did shows on this back in the day, and it's definitely it's adrenochrome and child trafficking. You can actually see the child.
I forget the name of the company
that it's from, and I said he's shopping.
Right.
He's shopping.
Now, why would he allow himself to be photographed unless they told him to?
Well, it looks he's got his mics on.
Yep.
So he's about to go live somewhere.
Yeah. So let me give you a different scenario. Let me rephrase what I just said. You're in a hotel room. Someone walks in with a file and shows you the file, and then photographs you looking through the file, and they're letting you know, like, this is the ultimatum. This is our proposition to you. You're gonna sit here. You're gonna allow us to take these photographs of you, or we're gonna publicly embarrass you and let the world know what you've been up to. That kind of thing.
I think. Go ahead.
Because the photo, who carries around a life-size little character, cardboard, character?
Oh,
like
I see what you're saying.
You understand?
Yeah, I kind of took this to be maybe his
apartment, his New York apartment,
green room, No, it at work because he's got the mics on.
Yeah, but that's a high floor. He's done interviews in hotel rooms, you
Right.
know, and that's you can see in the background is through the window. It
Yeah.
looks like the roof of another building in the background. That's a higher floor. I don't believe their studios are on a high floor. I don't know. I'll have to double check. But it could be his apartment, you know, 'cause he lives in Manhattan.
Yeah, I think it might it speaks to me of like a sterile enough to be his shoes are kicked off there on the left that it might be his dressing room for CNN or something.
Right.
Um but no matter where it is, I think that they wouldn't need this photo for anything. They've already got enough on him
Right.
that they have total control over him, and this kind of obscure picture isn't going to do that, and therefore that's why I think it may be seen as a harmless photo, maybe initially, that people in the know will dove into because of Q.
What the hell is the
Right.
name of that company? I hate when I forget things.
Yeah, GMX or CMX or
Something like that. Cemetrix, something like that.
Yeah. I wonder if
Somebody said it. Somebody said it's Honey Boo.
yeah, is that Honey Boo Boo? Yeah, I think it is actually.
Yeah, Honey Boo
Yeah,
Boo.
yeah. Um, yeah,
I can't remember. I have all this in files.
Mhm.
You know, it's just yeah.
It was really
Uh,
hard to read when you blow it up. It's
yeah.
almost easier to read from far away.
But if you've seen them, and I have, I actually posted a video not too long ago. You know what? Let me go to my premium. Uh, what you call it? The media studio. Sometimes it's easier to find videos that way.
Mm.
I just recently posted the video on that company.
Did you Oh, really? Okay. By the way,
Yeah.
did you see Scott Lebedo's portrait of Kamala?
No, no. Wait, is it the one where her mouth is doing something? That one?
No, well, she's eating. You see it up on the screen?
Let me go back. Hold on. Oh wow. Oh wow.
She's eating the guts of an eagle.
Wow.
Joe Biden in the corner with a dunce cap and a
Knife in the
knife in
back.
his back
Wow. Wow.
in World War III.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely more of, part of the awakening for those who are still on
Yeah.
the fence or just have no clue as to what's happening. It's clear when you watch that video. Did you see? I'm sure you watched it, right? The 18-minute interview that they had to edit. They couldn't even show you the whole 18 minutes.
Kamala.
Yeah.
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 It was awful.
It's a joke. It's a
And
joke.
and she wasn't pressed at all. Like Dana Bash asked some questions. I was just talking about this when you came in. Like she asked some questions that Kamala would probably rather not her ask, certainly.
Right.
But at the same time, the she didn't press her. She didn't challenge her really.
Right.
And so they were softballs. They were. It's the perfect Mockingbird Media interview because first of all, they allowed them to have the final edit, and I heard that she was upset that they released more than they were supposed to, or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, but that they were allowed to edit. They were she was allowed to bring in Walls. I wish she liked Walls. Back when they took the presidency, as much as she likes him now, because we would have kept him up and kept the the migration to a minimum. You know.
Well, it's all in due time, you know. And Trump talks about this all the time. We've been monitoring them, you know, local police departments, sheriffs, National Guard. We've been monitoring them, and I'll take it a step further because I've went through the Customs and Border Patrol website thoroughly, and I can show you where every encounter that they've had at the border has either been apprehended, deemed inadmissible, or exposed. When Title 42 was still in effect, most of them were exposed back, all right,
Yeah.
or they were apprehended, whatever it is. Those three, right, are what's listed there as far as encounters, national encounters, not just at the southern border, northern border as well. Right, most are coming into the southern border, but you have some coming into the northern border. So I believe what they're showing us again is for people to wake up, not to panic, not to be afraid, just to wake up as to what's been going on for decades. This is nothing new,
Right.
you know. But they're keeping it to a minimum. If you look at, if you go to the website and you look at unaccompanied children or single children, that's dropped almost in half from 2021 to now. Okay, which is huge. But the numbers total, I just did this the other day, like 10.5 million, something like that, in total from 2021 to date, as far as encounters. It's the exact same number for enforceable encounters or enforcement encounters, I should say, which means that through Title 8 and Title 42, they were either apprehended, deemed inadmissible, or exposed, sent back. Okay? No one was let through. What I believe is happening, because I have seen women, especially pregnant women, being separated from everyone else. And again, you got to think optics, right? That looks weird.
Right.
And they were just allowing it. Military was right there watching. You know, you had some reporters asking questions. Why are you doing this? Why are you? I think it was the guy from InfoWars. I forget his name. I don't like InfoWars, but anyway, he was asking like, why are you separating the women? And these women look so young and they're all pregnant. You know, why are you doing this? Why are you allowing this?
Schroyer.
Is that his name? I don't know.
Owen Schroyer.
But in my mind, I'm like, they're probably separating them from everyone else to keep them safe. You know,
Right.
I'm not always, you know, I don't always think negative. I like to think positive before I think of any negative scenario. You know, we know for a fact that a facility was built in Texas, a huge facility to detain these illegal immigrants. That's a fact. Okay, we know that Gitmo was
I
renovated.
went to one down in Eagle Pass. They had a brand new
There you go.
new facility, and they were putting up. They had tons of tents up.
Yeah, I really don't believe. Here's a perfect example. What just happened in Chicago during the DNC, if you look at it the way the media portrayed it, most people would panic. But there was someone zoomed out and got a headshot, a bird's eye view of that crowd. There were police, the police had it on lockdown. They had blocks cut off. And it was just a small group of people in one four-corner area where all that was happening. It wasn't like the summer of love, you know?
Right.
So I think they're doing it to show us, and in that case, it was against the DNC,
Yes.
which was odd, you know. When you think of Palestine, you know, Obama gave him how many millions of dollars before he left office?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I never think of the people of any country. I think of, the elites who run the country.
The leaders,
Right.
the
The
people that,
George
yeah,
Soros, so it's right. Right.
yeah,
But I really do believe that everything is not only monitored, it's under control, and they're allowing certain things to happen because you have to justify the means, right? At the end of the day, let's just say right now in New York, because there is a drop that says watch New York City. Remember that, right?
California and New York.
No, but this one specifically says watch New York City. Let me see if I could. I think it's 44. What was it? 4433. I don't remember exactly which one it was.
4484.
4484. Right. See, it says watch New York City, but it says before that Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
Right. Wiener evidence collection, Clinton Foundation, Epstein evidence collection, Ukraine. Focus on above for now. Watch New York City. So when I reread drops like this and I apply them to what's happening now, they'd be foolish to even attempt to arrest Donald Trump because he'll just drop all this shit.
Yeah.
You understand? And there goes the whole Southern District. Done.
Yeah.
That's probably the most corrupt court system in the whole country, in my
Yes.
opinion. The Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that's still to be seen publicly that you and I believe has already happened.
Yeah.
But we see now, and you can just look back a couple of weeks, a couple of months, where every time they think they have him, Donald Trump, that is, President Trump, every time they think they have him, something else shows up, or something else is disclosed, or
Yep.
the Supreme Court makes a ruling, and now they don't have him any longer. So and by the way, I wanted to mention this because I've never heard anyone else mention this, and I mentioned this when they first assigned Jack Smith to President Trump. Excuse the background noise.
Sure.
Jack Smith worked under Giuliani in New York. He was a no holds barred prosecutor. He even prosecuted the NYPD in the Abner Louima case. Okay, he's a no nonsense prosecutor. He does not stand for corruption. He's always been that way. So just think about that for a second. If the White Hats are in full control, who's to say they didn't place him in that position?
Well, look at when you think of the placement of some of these people. Bonnie Willis and her boyfriend, like they didn't know about that before they let them do. You know what I mean? Like they have been exposed by
But in
trying.
that case, Dave, sorry to cut you off. But
That's all right.
in her case, I really do believe she hates Trump.
I agree.
And she's ignorant, very ignorant.
Yeah.
Whereas Jack Smith, he's a smart man. And like I said, he worked. Look at his history. Good night. Look at his history in New York City. His prosecutorial. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Yeah, I said good night. I'm sorry. I'm on the phone. Get home safe. Look at his prosecutorial history in New York and what he's done. He's always been against corruption. So, for me, him working with Giuliani alone tells me that he was probably placed in that position by the good guys and make it seem like because he's fucking up big time, and for being such a good prosecutor, why would he fuck up like that so bad, giving
Mhm.
Trump so many outs,
Right.
unless he was there to gather information from those who are really corrupt within that system there. You understand? You follow
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
You know, and make it seem like he's against Trump, and the whole time you're just gathering information and evidence and passing it along to Giuliani or whoever it is.
Did you look at the deltas yesterday by chance? Here's August 29th, and it's right along exactly what you're saying. Why is POTUS pushing the FBI and DOJ on this issue? What if access to the servers was deliberate? What if this is known within the intelligence community? What if this is known within the FBI and DOJ? If known, why no action? How might this discredit the FBI's investigation into HRC's emails? How might this open the door to Wiener, Huma, HRC? Logical thinking. Why was the information on Wiener's laptop in the first place? D5. Q. That's all SDNY. All that stuff. Because the FBI didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, I got a gut feeling that this is what's going on. Remember, Wiener was caught a long time ago, and he
Yeah.
was given a slap on the wrist
Yeah.
because of what was on. Forget Hunter's laptop. That's the laptop. That one's even more damning.
Yes. Yeah.
And D5 is another way of another Trump signature.
45. Yeah.
45. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned he comes from The Hague. If you want to elaborate on that, I know that's somewhere in the Netherlands, but he was there for a short period of time, from what I recall. I don't think he's from The Hague.
Who was?
Jack Smith.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was sent out there for a short period of time. If you wanna, who was it? Bam mentioned that. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that. I got to be honest. I do know it's in the Netherlands, but I'm not sure what it entails.
Mm-hmm.
Has something to do with the Dutch Parliament. If you want to elaborate on that, please. You'll be teaching me something.
He was the chief prosecutor at the Kosovo Specialist Chambers, an international tribunal at The Hague, tasked with investigating and prosecuting war crimes in the Kosovo War.
There you go.
Yeah.
Boom. So, I mean, thanks for that, Bamlo. Thanks for for pointing that out, because I do remember that. And yeah, with his background, who better than to put in that position? This guy, I'm telling you, he does not stand for corruption at all. But he's got that poker face, man. There's something about him. It's like, you don't really hear him talk much. It's almost like Durham all over again, right? Where Durham never said a word, no leaks anywhere, and then he came out with the report. I know there was no criminal referrals, but it was a very damning report, And then you have his son, who's at the Southern District of New York right now. That case is ongoing. Those are all the sealed indictments, most of them.
Yeah.
Him and Huber. I don't know what happened to Huber, but I know.
Well, Huber was in the deltas
today,
yesterday, and today, I believe. But just looking at yesterday's, basically, there was criticism that Sessions, the special prosecutor, tapped by Sessions, which is Huber, to investigate FISA abuses, has not interviewed Bruce Orr. And he, made Huber the top federal prosecutor who will be investigating FISA abuses. Huber was appointed in 2015 by Barack Obama, but he was 5 months into it, and he's still not interviewed DOJ official Bruce Orr. And so Q says, logical thinking, how did this fake misleading story pop up? Hannity, 8/28/18, recording Huber contact my office regarding Barack Obama. Just learned Barack Obama was not interviewed by, Bruce Orr. Just learned Bruce Orr was not interviewed by Huber based on comments regarding statements made by Congressman who does not know if Huber has already interviewed Bruce Orr. See how fake news works, see how clickbait works, see how emotional pushes to targeted readers works. So basically, Q is saying that's not true, that he did interview him.
He's cooperating. Bruce Orr is one of the birds singing.
You think so?
Absolutely, 100%. Bruce Orr, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Clapper, they're all cooperating. It's in the drops.
All the tops. Clapper, Brennan, McCabe, Comey. I mean, if they're all still alive, they're all cooperating, right? Isn't that? Did I lost Oliver? And here's all the people that we were just talking. Bruce Orr demoted 2 times, cooperating witness, power removed, House testimony. Peter Strzok, cooperating witness, power removed, House testimony. Lisa Page, cooperating witness, power removed, House testimony. Priestap, cooperating witness, power removed. To be called. Mike Corton, cooperating under resign title, to be called. Who are they cooperating with? Do you believe in coincidences? The more you know. Yeah, they're all there. Baker, these were all the people that were fired. Focus on the FBI, Rubicki, Baker, McCabe, Comey, Priestap, Strzok, Page, Corton, Josh Campbell, assistant to James Comey, fired. David Loftman, chief of the Justice Department's Counterintelligence and Export Controls section. Oh, here we go. Hey, man. You all right?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I had to
Got
bring
bumped
you
out.
up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was just going over all the names that you were talking about, all the those are yesterday's deltas.
There you go. Yesterday?
Yeah.
Come on.
Do you see all of them right there?
Yeah, what number is that? So I could bring it up. What's the time stamp?
1986.
What's August 29.
Yeah.
Boom. 1247. 1247. Why was I looking at that recently? For some reason I recall looking at that not too long ago. Show me the whole thing. Well, I'll bring it up. 1987.
87 and 86. Same post, but a little.
This is what made me look at it. Okay, remember when Q told Lisa Page to keep your promise?
Oh.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
What was it? What was the drop? See if you can bring that one up. Where Q says, "Keep your promise." There's a picture of her looking down, holding her purse, where she was meeting with Peter Strzok in Paris. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because that came up for me in one of my searches when I think I was looking at one of Scavino's posts and it came up.
She
You got it?
that's one that I don't think it's not coming up.
Look on you looked on the promise.
Oh, that's a good idea. Um, yeah, right here.
There you go.
Yeah.
So keep your promise. This is not a game. See that? And
Yeah.
this is where she met with Peter Strzok, and that's them right there. That's her and Peter Strzok in Paris.
Yeah.
So why did this come up? Can I see? That's July 27th. What's the drop number?
17, 22, and
1720.
23.
Oh, this is why.
I think this is
Scavino posted um uh earlier. It was today. Scavino posted today. Oh, geez, I don't remember what it was that he posted.
by the way, I think this is London where they're at.
Was it London? I thought it was France.
It was Paul De Agostino for the Daily Mail. Took the picture, it looks like, and that looks like the eye or the big, what do you call it?
It's Ferris wheel
Ferris wheel.
by the London Bridge. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Why did I think that was France? Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's definitely her. And the reason why I saw that drop, Scavino posted something, and I know it was today. I don't know why it made me look for the last drop. Oh, 34. It had to do with 34 and 35. Drops 34 and 35.
Uh-huh.
Scavino posted today that led me to drops 34 and 35. 35 was the first drop that Trump signed.
DJT.
Right. It was the first one that he signed DJT. Trump just posted yesterday at 9:58 a.m. That's what it was. 9:58 a.m. He posted and he signed DJT. Then today at 2:40, I believe. Can you find Scavino's drop at 2:40?
Yeah.
I think it was X. Scavino's drop at 2:40. I want to say it was X. But if you remember 2:40, that's the boom 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 boom. Week to remember, blackout necessary, and there was a huge blackout in Venezuela today, wasn't there? A countrywide blackout.
I think, did it happen again today? I thought that was like a couple days ago. By the way, here's 240. Scavino's post. It's a
35-second video.
Yeah, 35-second, which takes you to DJT.
Right.
Actually, 41020 is this first time he signed DJT.
Right.
41020.
Right. So
so let me take you to the 240 and the 35 and 34. And 34 is Q Clearance Patriot. You and I have been there a few times together. And 240 is trip codes. Start IP
1440.
1440.
1440. Military.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Week to remember.
Was it not another week to remember?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the blackout did happen, whether it happened today or yesterday. It happened again. The other blackout was when the banks were down, the airports were down. Remember?
Yeah,
That was the week.
that was the crowd
Yeah.
crowd strike.
Yeah, right. That was the week. But
Yeah.
again, I mean, we had a hell of a week this past week. I missed a lot of shit because I was on vacation. But every time I went on X, I'm like, boom, boom. I'm just blown away by all the shit that came up this week. You know. So, look,
Yeah, no, that was just today, the blackout.
it was today.
Um,
That's what I thought. In Venezuela,
yeah.
countrywide.
They blame it on a sabotage by the opposition without providing any evidence. President Nicolas Maduro, who is locked in a dispute with the opposition over the outcome of July 28 presidential election,
What
often blamed
what news uh, outlet are you looking at? Who is it?
Microsoft Start.
They don't usually give a timestamp, right? There's no timestamp on that, right? No, they give you no. They don't usually give a timestamp. If you could find the earliest one, they usually give a timestamp. Here, what's this? Venezuela blackouts. Time 7:12 p.m. August 27th. So there was one on the 20th on my birthday, and it says ongoing. See that? To the right. Right there, Wikipedia. 2024. Time 7:12. Date August 27. Ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
Did they give you a timestamp there? Be interesting
Around
to see.
7:12 p.m.
Yeah, 1912. Be interesting to see what that says.
Let's find out. Happy belated birthday, by the way.
Thank you, brother.
Did you have a nice one?
Oh, awesome. Had a great week. Great week with the family. Went to the beach. Had a great time out there.
Where'd you go?
Down to the shore, Jersey Shore.
Nice.
My wife doesn't fly, so we drive
Is that
everywhere.
right? Okay. Very smart in these times.
Don't let her hear you say that. I've been trying to get her to fly for years.
1912 is Comey status. Once again, this president is sending a message that he will punish people who disagree with him and reward those who praise.
Come on. Come on.
How about that?
Yes. They're talking about that. They're all panicking. They're all saying that. He's going to take everybody out here. He promises to end all. Yeah.
And how he praises despots and dictators like Putin and Kim Jong-un.
Oh, God. I just needed to see that first sentence.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So get this. So the time between Scavino's post at 2:40 and Trump's post at 9:58, I believe, was 1,721 minutes. And that's what brought me to that drop. Keep your promise.
Okay.
Could you imagine the information she's got? Her and Peter Strzok. From what I remember, they immediately turned on each other when all that first went down, and she jumped on board first and began cooperating. And it wasn't until after the hearing, remember where Trey Gowdy, grilled him. And he put that little demonic face.
Oh,
It wasn't until after that he began cooperating. Yeah, he's an evil son of a bitch.
He was cocky.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. The Venezuelan blackouts for 7:12 p.m. You looked up. You went to 17:21.
Oh wow! I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Same numbers, same sequence, same set of numbers.
And this Comey drop, I mean, come on. and it says line 4 of that, which was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those friends, which he calls Putin and Kim Jong Un, are his friends, right? So Q is telling us specifically, look at line 4. Those friends provide stark contrast to the patriotic Americans and public servants he disrespects, threatens, and calls enemies. A war hero like John McCain, members of our country's free press, and devoted public servants like John Brennan.
Oh my God.
Dude.
I love it.
And then it says email, Gmail, 12/19/16. This is how they communicated in Gmail drafts.
That's right.
Untethered to department standards, concerned dedicated resources in place are not adequate to shelter against the PDB in which several agencies contribute. Will you stand tall or, and this is Q now, will you stand tall or cower? Resist. OP will not provide enough public support for cover. Smile for the camera. Patriots in control.
Yeah, letting them know they're watching them.
What's the PDB?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that right now.
Yeah, I'm
against
forgetting.
public domain. Not considered department standards. Not extra shelter against.
And then OP,
opposition, resistance.
opposition. Yeah.
I don't know what PDB is. Public domain, maybe. I don't know. They're talking about the email, Gmail. So
Yeah. It's
and
not
the
in
timestamp, and that's an August drop, August 16th, and the timestamp's 2:10. 10 minutes away. Well, not 10 minutes. No, I'm sorry. It was a 2:40 drop. 2:40.
Right.
But I can't stress enough how important the 34 and 35 are, and they keep coming up.
Yeah.
They keep coming up. If you read, people really need to read this carefully. You know, because right in the middle of 34, it says public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. To me, this is what's happening or about to occur.
Yeah.
And they're panicking. And so, you know, they're calling for the National Guard. Because now the word is that Hochul and Adams, Mayor Adams from New York City, that they're the ones who made the call for the National Guard. That's bullshit. I could tell you that's bullshit. Because the National Guard's been there for a long, they've been there since the immigrant. Yes. Yes. And again, why would they be at a hotel? Why would they take over a hotel? If that was the case, if they were really worried about anything pertaining to Trump, you'd see them. First of all, you wouldn't see them right now. You know, you'd see them closer to the date of the sentencing, and you'd see them in and around the area of the courthouse. And they can easily lock down the FDR Highway, which is direct access to the Triborough Bridge that takes you right, you know, in the direction of Rikers Island. It's so easy to do in New York. You don't have to lock down a hotel or any hotels in New York City because you think Donald Trump's going to get sent to Rikers Island. It makes no fucking sense. Absolutely no sense whatsoever. You know, and then there goes your whole, you know, concept of him being CIC and, you know, white hats in control. You know, all that shit's out the window. You know, is it a show? Is it part of the show to show him being arrested and sent to Rikers Island? I don't see the purpose of that. That would cause a revolution. Most people wouldn't be able to understand that, and they would definitely react. I think people, especially in the Midwest, they would react. You know, you'd see truckloads coming here. They'd shut this city down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, he got shot, and we didn't get that type of a reaction. So, you know, in that sense, you can argue that they may attempt to do that because they didn't get the reaction out of him being shot. So maybe now they need some type of reaction by seeing him being arrested and taken to Rikers Island. Maybe that's plausible, yeah, but it's just not going to end well if that actually happens. You know, it's going to be chaotic, in my opinion. You know, because once you're taken to Rikers Island to commence a sentence, you're
Mm-hmm.
there. You're there. You're not
Yeah.
getting out. How are they going to stop people from going there or trying to go there? You understand that whole area leading up to the bridge, because there's a long bridge that leads to Rikers Island. Very long bridge, narrow. I believe it's just 2 lanes, one in
Mm-hmm.
each direction. That whole area there, it's a residential area. You know, that would be shut down by Trump supporters. You know, they could easily shut down New York. The bridges, you know, they could shut down deliveries coming to New York. I don't think that. I don't know. I don't think they want that. I really don't think they want that, and that's what would happen. You know, with the deliveries, that didn't they do that already one time?
Here's that long bridge.
Yeah. Yep.
And
That's
then
it.
this is the residential area you're saying over in here.
Right. So at the foot of that bridge, exactly, right here, not where all the smoke is. That obviously is all, you know, commercial. Over here, right where you are. Yep, that's all residential over there. Yep, and then you have the highway, as you can see here. It's along towards the top of the. Let me see. Let me try to get to where you are. So, can you see the Triborough Bridge?
No.
Over to the right, all the way to the right of the screen. A little more up a little bit. The Triborough right there. That's Triborough Bridge. You see the highway cutting through.
Oh yeah.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So that's your Grand Central Parkway.
Okay.
You know, and then you have all these residential areas coming off there. So, I mean, they could easily shut down that whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
I don't think they want that. You got LaGuardia Airport right there to the left.
Right here.
You know, they could jam that up real easy.
This is this Roosevelt right here? I think it's Roosevelt.
That is Randall's Island. That's where my
Randall's.
daughter went for her Junior Olympics competition. Roosevelt is a little further down. If you follow that river, that's the East River, right there.
Down here. Right
That's
here.
Yep, that's Roosevelt.
Yeah. Yeah.
59th Street Bridge. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to live on 55th and First
Oh,
for a
nice.
minute. Yeah. I was living with a friend. It was a nice area.
That's a great area. That's
Yeah. Totally.
just south of Stuyvesant.
The it was what do you call it? I forget the name of it now. God, it's been another lifetime ago.
That's around the UN.
Yeah, just
That's
north
north
of the UN. Yeah.
Right. I don't recall what that's referred to. I know north of that is Stuyvesant.
It'll come to me. But it's oh gosh, you guys might know. It's like East 55th. I forget what it was. By the way, there was President's.
That's right along the FDR.
That's right along the FDR. Yeah, President's Daily Briefing. Yeah, it's right over top the FDR. I used to walk my dog down to the park there Sutton Point.
They extended that. That's
Sutton
John Jay
Place.
Park. Yes, Sutton Place. Sutton
Sutton
Place.
Place.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sutton Place is what I wait. Why did I say Stuyvesant? I meant Sutton Place.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
decided-
didn't think Sutton Place went that far south.
just I was like at the southern tip of Sutton Place.
Yeah, I know that walkway. Um, a lot of guys I know worked on the expansion of that. You know, they expanded that, right?
What?
That walkway you just mentioned that goes across the FDR and then goes along the river.
Oh no, I would be like I'd go to a park that overlooked the FDR and then the
Yeah,
East
that's what I'm
River.
talking about.
But
Yeah,
it
they
wasn't. It was just a
expanded.
little park. It wasn't a. I didn't walk across the FDR.
That's
Like
the
over
dog.
top.
Are you talking about a dog park?
No, it was just a little park. That wasn't a dog park. It was just small. I think it might have been Sutton Place Park actually. That I go to. It's very small.
Are you talking about by Sloan Kettering? No, that's a little north. Sloan Kettering Hospital is a little north. There's one park there that I know. I always thought it was a dog park, very small park right on the FDR. I always thought it was a small park. Then the other park is north of that is which is Sutton Place is John Jay Park. I used to work my first job in the city as a lifeguard was on 82 East End Avenue, and I'm sorry, as a concierge. I worked as a lifeguard prior to that. I worked on 82 East End Avenue, right across the street from the park there. That's um, where Gracie Mansion is.
Mm-hmm.
You know that park on the FDR?
Yeah, it's south. Was that south?
By
I
96th
pulled up.
Street.
I pulled up a map. Oh, north. Okay, I pulled up a map. This is where I was here, and you can see here's 55th and First, and Sutton Place Street is right here.
Right.
And so this park, I want to say was.
Go to satellite view.
Yeah, I can't. I don't see it here. I don't think
Right
it
here.
has
Right.
it.
Go down. Go down. Left. To your left.
Oh, there we go.
Little. Yeah. Right there. Yeah.
There we go. Sutton Place. There we go.
You know that's where they filmed. Remember the scene where in the movie Scarface, where the terrorist from Colombia was hired to take out the politician, and he came out with his wife and kids, and they got in the car, and Scarface was saying, "No, I don't do children."
Yeah.
They filmed that right there in Sutton
It's
Place.
Sutton Place.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
Here's 24 Sycamore Park.
Oh,
Sycamore-
that park. Okay.
And then there was also just a little area between
That's
and
by
Sutton.
Dangerfields. Dangerfields is right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
In this area, a little right here between these apartment buildings, that whole area is kind of wide open. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was talking about. What I was talking about was actually on the East River. It's a small park on the East River. I think it's north of where you are right now. A little
Okay.
north.
So the
That's John Jay Park right
John
there.
Jay. There's John
Yeah.
Jay.
Yep.
Yeah. So you the drops that you wanted to go to were 34 and 35. I don't want to lose that. And
Right. And that was one of the reasons why, right? What I just read to you about POTUS, ordering a temporary military control, right? State
Right.
of temporary military control. I believe that's what we're witnessing right now. And if you look further down, we'll be initiating the emergency broadcast system. Elon just put out some satellites that's going to give everyone You saw that, right?
Dude. Yeah. Emergency, everybody emergency.
Right.
Yeah.
Access on all
Okay.
devices. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
check out today's deltas, by the way.
I haven't seen them.
Okay. So here we are, August 30th. Okay. And let me just take you down to Snow White 7 now offline, Corona 4 now offline, Corona 1 now offline.
Yeah, I
These are
remember that.
CIA satellites
Yeah.
and supercomputers.
Corona.
Yeah. And they're all, this was when they were telling us that they're all offline. And why is Huber being discussed now? Um, so So what's really significant here is going back to the 34 and 35, this emergency broadcast system. Have you also seen that somebody posted, and I can't remember who did it today, but it had to do with Trump saying September 6th is a key date. And I couldn't find where he said that. I think it was Jack Straw. Um, Let me see. Who also Jack Straw just showed. Look at all this.
Yeah, I think that's Phil.
Jack Straw.
Yeah.
Well, he's definitely not consistent, and he's not accurate,
I
which is
think that's
why
Phil. Doesn't that sound like Phil?
it certainly does. Yeah, yeah. Which, by the way, his court case was denied today.
He's done. He's fucking done.
Yeah.
He's so done.
The was it Jack Straw? Did you guys see that today? It was something about Trump's quote. Um,
He's
and
following you. Jack Straw's following you.
he is, dude. I've been checking out a few like really big accounts lately, and they're like following me. I'm like, okay, what's I guess I better freaking step it up, huh? Uh,
They want to copy you. That's what it is.
yeah, they're fucking ripping me off. By the way, fucking Pildo used to do that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you. That's him, bro.
Yeah, we used to
That's
be.
him.
He used to be. We'd catch him and we'd catch him lurking in the chat. Wouldn't say shit, but catch him lurking. The had an interesting encounter with his top lieutenant in the silver and gold business this past weekend.
Oh no.
But she's a nice lady. But she could tell you that I warned her in 2021 about this dude, and she said I should have listened to you, and I said, well, you wouldn't have made as much money as you did, and she
Yeah.
said that's true, but I wouldn't have the headaches I have now either, because he tried to sue her, and the whole bit. But at any rate, it was nice because she was kind of like, giving me props. Like, dude, you were like the only one that was telling me
So
the
watch
truth.
out. Right. It's
And
funny because that guy and that's one of the reasons why I like you, Dave. You get to the bottom of shit and you put it out there. And people need to start appreciating that. You know what I mean? It's not every day where you got people looking out for you.
yeah,
And there's scammers out there all day, every day. All day, every day.
yeah.
But it's funny when you mentioned Jack because he used to follow me.
Oh
And
yeah.
and I started looking into him because for me, he came out of nowhere, and he started dropping a lot of like interesting shit that either I had already seen over the years or, I was researching myself. It's one of those people that like goes a little deeper than most, but doesn't, like you say, he's not consistent.
Yeah.
Kind of like Red Pill Drifter.
Yeah.
Kind of came out of nowhere after Punisher disappeared. You know,
Yeah.
Punisher being caught out there for taking people's money.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, that account popped up. Kind of like the same thing. And when I started calling out Jack Straw, I realized he stopped following me and he took off. On his site, he was like giving props to Phil on his page, and I don't see that
I
anymore.
missed that. I missed that.
Yeah, yep. He was giving props to Phil, and I'm like, wait a minute, who's this guy that came out of nowhere? And you're like propping up this guy of all people,
Yeah.
And now I don't see that anymore, and he's not following me anymore. So just strange, something that I noticed that kind of made me believe that might be him.
Interesting.
Because here's the thing with Phil, right? We know he's a fraud, but he has gathered a lot of information throughout the years. So it's real easy for him to post shit, and get people hooked, under a different name, and
And he knows how to do it. Yeah.
he knows how to do it, right? And gain a
He
lot of
knows
followers in a
exactly
short
what
amount of
sucks.
time.
Yeah, he knows exactly what sucks people in.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Um,
It says here he joined September 2020, but for me, he became really active about a year ago.
okay.
I don't remember this guy from back then. For me, he started popping up about a year ago. You remember him from back then?
Who, Jack Straw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like. A lot of time I don't pay attention to like who's who. It's like when I see consistency, then I pay attention. Like I've called Jack Straw out too for some of his stuff. I'm like, this is wrong. This is not. This is not. I've only. And I can't tell you how many times I've done it, but so I can't tell you when I started like paying more attention to him. I think I may have unfollowed him.
Plus, you were doing your own thing. You're too busy to pay attention shit like
Yeah,
that. But
yeah. And so it's kind of like, and the other thing too, Oliver, is like I don't align with anybody.
right.
You know what I mean? So like I don't want to get caught up in that. Like caught up like, oh, you're with Patel Patriot and the burning or whatever, you know what I mean? Or you're with this or that. I mean, I've done 10 shows with Nino, but all of a sudden we're best buddies according to Michelle Moore. Never met the guy, but Gil, tries to discredit me. By tying us together with 107 and stuff like that. So it's weird. I've just stayed away from like, I haven't had a lot of people on my show where, you kind of cross collateralize your audiences and grow your audiences. Right.
Right.
But at any rate, the thing that I was bringing up was that September 6th, that there's a significance to September 6th. And there's even, I think, on the Delta. And guys, if you know what I'm talking about, thank you, Renz. Yeah. If you know what I'm talking about, chime in. Here it is. Okay, so here's 2099, and this is a September 6th Delta. 2018, heads up, nationwide emergency alert system test planned. Presidential alert. This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. No action is needed. And so Q posted this, and then but somebody else posted today a quote by Trump saying that it all starts on September 6th.
You know what always stood out to me with this post, with this drop? The presidential alert. You don't see that.
Right.
You,
Yeah,
you're
it's
not like I couldn't even envision an alert coming through that says presidential alert.
right. It doesn't make any sense. It's emergency broadcast.
Unless they're gonna drop some shit, unless they're gonna start
Right.
dropping the video confessions, then yeah, I guess it is a presidential alert. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it would. And how about a presidential alert? How about a Hussein pointing his gun at something American? That's what we're waiting for. So at any rate,
That could be. I just thought of something.
yeah,
That could be him sending a message to them, and I mean, like, I think that's what it is. Because they read these drops as much as we do, if not more.
right.
He could be sending them a message. Like, keep fucking around. September 6th is right around the corner. And then they go and they look at September 6th, like we just did, and they see all these drops. Oh shit, September 6th. I mean, it's more than that. You got Jerome Kersey as a Mossad agent.
Which
that was one of the drops.
Yeah, right here.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I just re-listened to him telling a story about Q and how they reached out to him.
Yeah, I never really fell for that guy. He just didn't seem genuine.
Well, the thing about it is that I thought he was legit because he was exposing Obama's birth certificate, right? And but then he was pro Alex Jones, and he said Alex Jones has been telling you about Q, and he was talking about Q. But the funny thing is that was before Q mentioned both of them.
Right. So he could have been part of the infiltration.
Yep.
Another September 6th Delta is where Elizabeth Warren calls for the 25th Amendment. Remember, Trump said, "Be careful what you wish for" with that. So that could be the date that they're removing Biden under the 25th.
That's right. Where I'm looking for that.
That's just this is called Panic 2103. And it's the Hill status, which is John Solomon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude. Yes. Okay. So this is good. Okay. So this is kind of coming together now. The other thing I was going to say is that also September 6th, Q calls out Alex Jones. And Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems was in bed with Corsi.
Right.
And so in one post, follow the picture. Jerome Corsi, who I outed as a Mossad asset agent in a 1997 sting operation in London. Corsi and Piper Jaffray broker Brad Amundsen were integral to a fraud that took Minnesota investors for $1 million that the FBI refused to properly investigate. Instead, agents sought to portray me as responsible. Corsi is named as the author of several best-selling Israeli PSYOPs books, including Unfit for Command, Atomic Iran, Minutemen 2006, and The Obama Nation.
Good night. Love you too. And one of the Rockefellers is pictured there, and I believe they misspelled it. I think that's Mary Rockefeller, the woman, the lady.
Mel Rockefeller.
Mel Rockefeller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or is it? Hold on 1 second. Let me see. James M. Mel Rockefeller. No, that's not him.
And
Interesting.
this is 2102. September 6th was 2102, where it's Q tells us
Left to right. Okay, left to right.
they attack
Right.
Alex Jones to give him fake credibility among POTUS supporters supporting patriots, thus poisoning the water and directing narrative of the opposition through a Mossad-supported asset, aka AJ. All team effort, coordinated collective attacks with pawns and actors serving black hat agenda and attempting to control, divide the patriots. Attacks will come from all sides. Control and divide. Think Mueller. Who is testifying before Mueller tomorrow? There was something about Mueller. Something about Mueller bringing McCabe into the spotlight I saw earlier. Forensic data analysis on phones and or computers. This is not about Guccifer 2.0. What happens if Mueller proves free speech system? This is what it was. What happens if Mueller proves Free Speech Systems LLC, aka InfoWars, is linked to a foreign intel agency or other non-domestic entity? How can the left use that information to divide and censor the right? Why are affiliates of InfoWars constantly attacking Q? Who is pulling the strings?
Mm-hmm.
Free Speech Systems LLC, but the kill brackets are also over here, and it says 12 spaces question mark.
Which one are you reading, Dave?
I was just reading 2102.
Okay.
And then I slipped over to 2104 because they have the same thing, Free Speech Systems,
Right.
but it
Right.
says 12 spaces in that, I guess, the kill brackets. Yeah, so I don't know what the 12 spaces represents, right? So that's September 6th, but we were pointed there by supposedly a quote, and my apologies, folks, that I have lost that quote, and I'm trying to find it. And I thought I bookmarked it, and it's not coming up. Maybe because I need to go deeper. No, I don't know. No. Yeah. So, and do you want to go back to 3435?
Well, I think it's important for people to focus on those two because they keep coming up. 35 mentions how he's well insulated, protected on Air Force One,
Right.
and abroad, specific locations classified. So when I think of them trying to remove him from his security, whether it be USSS, Marines, his personal detail, I don't think that's possible. I think this is part of that well insulated, protected portion of this drop. You understand? And while these operations are conducted due to the nature of the entrenchment, so he has to be nowhere near the situation. All right. So the timeline that we're thinking, right, especially with the September 6th emergency broadcast system, plausible, you know, covert operations, plausible, all these things that need to take place with these powerful elites being removed out of the equation, he can't be anywhere near that.
Yeah.
And so if if it's gonna happen, if the sentencing is gonna happen, it's scheduled to happen September 18th. Then something drastic has to happen prior to,
Mm-hmm.
and this would make sense.
Yeah.
Having the EBS and having all of their crimes broadcast broadcast to everyone for all to see. Everyone will now have it on their cell phones via Starlink.
Yeah.
You know, um, I
I
think that would justify at that point removing the bad actors almost immediately. While we're watching these videos, they're being removed, almost like Godfather. Was it Godfather 3? I always get confused. I think it may have been Godfather 2, where the baby was being baptized, and during the baptism, all the other heads of the families were being taken out.
that was 3.
That was 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, kind of like that.
Yeah.
You know, it is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. Again, you really have to read this several times and put things in perspective. Going back and looking at what's happening currently to fully understand what's transpiring. We cannot yet telegraph this message through normal methods for reasons I'm sure everyone here can understand. Follow the questions from the previous threads and remain calm. The primary targets are within DC and remain at the top. Isn't he in DC like right
Wait a minute.
now?
Which one? Oh, you went to 30, 35.
Five, yeah, before 1020. Well,
Yeah, he
wasn't
was
he
just
in
in
DC?
DC.
He was,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Remain at the top on both sides. The spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. How can they do that? How can they quickly shut it down unless they have National
Military.
Guard already in place?
Yeah.
Look
Well,
for
in the
more
one the
photographs.
one previous 34 said um, certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad.
That's right. And that's the Act of 1807. It allows them to do that. Not only that, there's a presidential clause, commander in chief clause, that allows him to do that. Um, the executive orders. Uh, what else? The PPD 40. There's so many documents that he made sure were in place. Law of war, and general military war. Right? We're in a war,
Yeah.
and they're not playing by the rules. So with that alone, he has the right as commander in chief to move in and do what's necessary for the safety of our country. That supersedes everything else. He does not need authorization from Congress or anyone else for that matter. He doesn't even have to disclose to anyone what he's doing. When our safety, our homeland security is in question, he can do whatever is necessary to protect the American people. No questions asked. So I think we're about to witness that. I think we're about to witness gangster Trump, and he's just going to take out the mob, the true mob.
Well, the thing is that it's kind of like he's got to be isolated. He can't be attached to it, right? So we're not going to necessarily see gangster Trump, but that's what's going to be happening, right?
Right, right. But when he comes back publicly, whether it's through a decision made by the Supreme Court in regards to the 2020 election,
right,
or more whistleblowers coming forward where it's irrefutable, the fact, like Zuckerberg. I mean, why that alone should reverse the 2020 election? That alone. He's literally admitting to the fact that he colluded with Biden and
Yeah.
Harris.
Yeah.
that alone. But there's
So,
gonna be more like Zuckerberg. You know,
so
go
the
ahead. I'm
other thing, no, I want to add to that. The other thing, um, by the way, did you see? But while we're on the subject, the last night I also covered, the nothing can stop what is coming, which was one of spiritual street fighters memes that Trump retruthed, and it was also that's the department under CISA that is responsible for the elections.
Yeah, and that's NCS WIC. Nothing can
Yeah,
stop what is coming. That's on this
right.
ice.
It's right here. I have it still up from. Let's see, right here. This is the
There
National
it is.
Council of
There it is.
Statewide
Right,
Interoperability
right.
Coordinators.
It's not just a catchphrase.
Yeah,
They've had it the whole time, and they can drop it whenever they want, in
yeah,
my opinion.
yeah.
But now, when you look at things the way it happened, I mean, going back 8 years, you know, to when they were colluding, spying on his campaign and that whole thing. When you look back at everything, the way it all went down, it makes sense to now, the moment we're at right now, to start dropping real hard evidence. You know, the media is doing it again. They're putting Kamala ahead of Trump. In every
And
poll.
dude, Fox.
It's horrible. It's fucking
Okay,
horrible. But we should know better,
Fox.
right? This is
Well,
expected.
listen, my audience has been hearing from me for 5.5 years. Do not let the fox into the hen house. Okay, these sons of bitches are no good.
It's
I don't care if
horrible.
he's doing. I
Fucking
don't care if he's
horrible.
doing interviews with Sean and with Levin, and I don't care. He's also
Yeah.
doing interviews with MSNBC and
Yeah.
everybody else.
But remember, Dave, it was 98-2, something like that, right? For Hillary.
Oh, it
98% to
it
2.
was
It was fucking
insane,
crazy.
dude. Well,
Yeah.
one of the deltas that we just went to, it had Snowden, and he retweeted the 98-2 that Hillary was up 98%
Right.
to Trump's 2.
Let the fools continue to believe that
Yeah.
Kamala even has a chance. But you know what? It's so easy to spot the 4 to 6% right now.
Oh yeah, it
It's
is.
so
You're
easy
right.
to spot. You go
Yeah.
to the supermarket, you still see some people wearing masks. No doubt they're in that 4 to 6%.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got a black community that's still. I didn't tell you. I got a text message from the NAACP. How the fuck did you get my number?
I,
First of all, do you
I
not
gave
know
it.
that I'm a registered Republican? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So they're begging me to
Uh,
to start making cold calls, to their black community,
oh
and
boy,
I, I, I sent them a nice little letter, and I let them know pretty much,
dude. I
it's horrible.
I get texts because I lived in California, so I get texts, and it's like, can we count on your support for
Yeah, yeah, sure you
for
can.
Gavin Newsom? And I take that opportunity to just lay it all out, and
You have to.
I'll text him back, and I'll say, he's the reason I left California, and this, and I'll educate him a little bit, and they'll get back to me, like they'll because they're not used to getting communicated with. I think it's so they'll say, oh well, I like Mr. Newsom or Governor Newsom or whatever, so. But at any rate, it's fun to kind of
Yeah.
get those kind of things.
My
But
wife said you should have agreed and just went out there spreading MAGA.
yeah, exactly.
But this is how desperate they are. You know,
Yeah.
they're the most racist people. Why does it have to be a black? Like black this, black that. If it was
Right.
on the other side of the spectrum, they'd be, yelling from the rooftops, like, "Oh, these people,
Yeah.
they're a white, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them." But they're the biggest racists. They really are.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, oh,
especially,
oh, oh my God. The thing that I think, did I share it? No, because I wanted to show it on the show. It was the part where um this dude was interviewing, white people and saying, "Do you think requiring voter ID is racist?" And they were like, "Yes, I do." Okay, why? Well, it's harder for blacks to get an ID, and not all blacks have the opportunity to get an ID, and they don't all have access to it, and they don't all have computers, and they may not know how to do it on a computer. And I was like, I'm watching this, and I'm like, that's the most racist thing. Here it is. I'm going to play it for it. It's 4 minutes long. Here, check this out. Hold on, I got to go to here. And then I got to scroll again. Damn it. This, I've got to do when, I've got to make sure it's in the same browser. Okay, here it is. You guys aren't going to believe this.
An opinion on voter ID laws?
Yeah, they're usually pretty racist and they're bad. I think voter ID laws are a way to perpetuate racism.
Would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely.
Tell us how.
Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been described or required.
These type of people don't live in areas with easy access to DMVs or other places where they can get identification.
You can always get
Oh
IDs
my God.
internet. Is that also would make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Oh my
Well, I
God.
feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works. A lot of people have smartphones, but you might not have data. For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the African Americans.
Now I'm here in
my
East
God.
Harlem to ask
Oh
black
my
people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has an ID. Why would they think we don't have ID?
That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so we know what we need to carry around.
Everybody that I know have ID. That's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, an ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this, some type of trick candy cameras?
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that black people can't figure out how to get to the DMV.
Really?
What does that say to you?
I know it's that, on 25th Street.
Do you know where the DMV is around you?
It's on 125th Street and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Did you have a problem getting there if you had to get there?
No.
I know these sound like silly questions. You know how to get to the DMV?
Of course.
You know where it is?
Yes.
You can get there?
Uh-huh.
No problem.
No problem.
Just checking.
Okay.
And I also heard a lot that black people, especially poor black people, have no access to the internet, can't figure out how to use the internet.
That's just stupidity, honestly. Everybody has access to the internet. Even a little kid can figure out how to work the internet.
I had access to the internet for years.
You know how to use it properly, right?
Exactly. I do it at work. So, of course, I know how to use it. My kids know how to use it. They all have iPads, iPods, whatever.
Your phone has data? You can access the internet
Unlimited.
with unlimited data.
I use my phone as a hotspot.
What does that say to you for the people who have this perception of black people?
They're pretty much ignorant. That's what my thought process was.
I just think that's ignorant. Ignorant.
Ignorant. That's the word I'm
Very,
hearing
very
a lot.
ignorant.
Ignorant.
Very, very ignorant.
Does it sound racist for somebody to say that?
I think it is a little racist because you're putting people in a category and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Maybe a little bit of racist in it, but like I said, I think it's more stupidity and ignorance.
Judging somebody like, well, you judging them because they black, saying that they don't got it.
What people are they talking to? Who are these people talking to?
Do you have a problem that if you go to vote and they say, "Can we please see your ID to make sure you are who you say you are"? Are you
Love
cool?
showing my ID.
You got no problem with that?
Nope.
Would you have a problem if when you go to vote, if they say, "Can we please just see your ID to make sure you are who you say you are"? Do you have an issue with that?
No.
Would you have a problem if there was a rule where you have to show your ID in order to vote?
I don't think so. No.
Would you have an issue if there was a rule saying you got to show your ID before you vote?
Nah.
You cool with that?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Right?
It's amazing how many ignorant people there are out there. They go along with the narrative.
Yeah.
They probably never hung out with black people ever,
Right.
and they just go along with the narrative. It's
Yeah.
sad.
I think Trump's mention of September 6th was that I think that's the first day that you can do early voting or something.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Important date for electoral activities. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly would hate to see this election go through. I would really hate to see that happen because they have to fix 2020. You know, here it is. I found so while I was listening to that clip you posted, I was looking for the text message from the NAACP. They took it off. I didn't even know they can do that. I can't find it anywhere on my phone.
Really?
I'm all the way back to Sunday now. I mean, today's Friday, and I don't see anything on my phone. But this was yesterday because I posted about it. I am deeply disturbed by your outreach, attempting to recruit me as a volunteer to spread lies, racism, and propaganda. Imagine if there was a campaign encouraging volunteers to target white people with misleading information about healthcare, housing, inflation, and racism. You should be ashamed. America's a melting pot, a nation of all races with shared concerns: safety, health, peace, and prosperity, not just for one community, but for all. By pushing divisive agendas, the NAACP, I tagged them in my post. You're only fanning the flames of racism. No, thank you. I'm voting to end crime, racism, poverty, human trafficking, and corruption within our government. And quite frankly, I have never seen a black leader in my lifetime advocate for the same. If we have an election, I'm voting for real Donald Trump. So I may have exaggerated a little bit with the black leader in my lifetime thing, but you just don't see a whole lot of that. When you look at the black community, they should be, getting behind someone who stands for all that. And I really don't see it, to be honest. Like here in New York, I don't see anybody doing that here in New York from the black community. When you look at, um, I like Byron Donald. Is that his name? I believe that's his name, right? Senator, you there? What
Sorry,
happened?
I was sorry, I was muted. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
like him.
he's
I actually met him. He's very approachable. We had a very brief conversation, but he seems very down to earth. I like him. Uh, I haven't seen enough of him, but in my opinion, there should be many more like him. Scott, I don't trust. Uh, for for many reasons, he went along with the the electoral votes. When it came down to it, he didn't stand with Howley and Cruz
Right.
in that moment in history. And who else? Who else in our government right now, in the Senate or in the House, as a black
Green.
leader? Who?
Um, um, I'm forgetting his
It
name.
doesn't just roll off your tongue, and that's my point.
No. Yeah, exactly.
You understand?
Because most of them are, Q talks about them. The
Right.
black
Exactly.
leaders and how they've
Exactly.
paid them to.
They've been paid off. Exactly. And
Yeah.
most black people in every community, they're easily bought. Sad to say, but it's true. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of leaders within the black community, mostly within the church community,
Yeah.
who are good leaders. But
Mhm.
when it comes to that, I remember COVID shut them all down, and none of them said a fucking word. They didn't fight to stay open.
Right.
They didn't gather people from the community to go against the grain. None of that happened, and they should have. I believe me, I was letting them know. I was very, I haven't changed much. I was very vocal at that time specifically. And I was trying to force people to come out and say something. Community leaders especially, like, what's going on? Pastors and preachers, like, what are you doing? This is our time. If you're truly a man of God, you need to be out in the front lines. Like, what's going on? I stopped going to church, stopped following, the church leaders in my county, because we had gone to several churches. And it's very difficult for me to step foot in another church. As sad as it sounds, I know I don't need to, because as long as I have a connection with God, doesn't matter where I am.
Right.
But I did like a lot of people from that community, and it's just a shame that they all fell in line.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
By the way, that wasn't by accident. They're 501c3s. They're
That's right.
direct. They're directed. They're
That's right. And I remember I called one out specifically, and I told him that that's the reason why you're falling in line. And he didn't. I did it publicly, and he didn't like it. And people started, turning their backs to me publicly. I remember one lady in particular. I was in Sam's, and this is a lady who, we sang together on the church special worship team, and I was one of the lead singers, but she was part of the team. And I saw her in Sam's.
You're a singer.
I'm
All
sorry?
right. You're a
You didn't know
singer?
that?
No.
You didn't know that? Wow, you didn't know that?
No.
So, yeah, I've been singing my whole life. Not professionally. I could have. I had an opportunity with SBK Records back in '89. But when I met with the CEO of the company, I was completely turned off. He was one of them.
Okay. Yeah.
And that was it. That's all I needed to see. But I have a lot of friends who, some are still in the industry, and they've gone, very high up within the industry. One is really close to Jay-Z, sadly enough.
Oh, that's right. I do remember this now. I'm picturing you, like, I'm picturing a different thing. I do know your connection to the industry a little bit.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's still some people I know that are, that's their life. I've known them since childhood, and they went on to, they got involved in the music industry, and they made a career of it. You know, um, one of my friends worked with Sean Combs, Puffy, P Diddy, for a long time, until he realized he was not in the right place, and he left. But anyway, I'm getting off on, what was I talking about?
The that you were singing with this
Right. So I'm in
the
Sam's.
church and how
I refused to. It was during the whole mask thing, and I
Right.
refused to wear a mask anywhere I went. And at the time, I was a gold member at Sam's. I had been with them for a very long time. I was paying, the corporate membership fees, and they turned their backs on me. They refused to let me in, and I demanded to go in and continue shopping the way. I hit them with the law verbally. I didn't show at that point. I wasn't carrying around the law with me yet, but I knew it. You know,
Yeah.
and I told them they couldn't discriminate. Although they consider themselves a private company, you are,
Yep.
you're performing public business. You're offering your business to the public.
Yeah.
And we're trading in public currency, which is the U.S. dollar. You can't deny me.
Yep.
Color of law.
I used that one too.
And you know what? And it should have worked. Um, but they had hired. It happened to me at Home Depot as well. They had hired extra security, and these guys were just goons. You could
Yeah,
tell
they
they were
don't
there.
know. You're talking to a double digit.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could tell they were there to remove people if they had to. But
Right.
they didn't. They didn't want to come near me because I not only was I speaking sense to them, I was standing in my square and I'm looking right in their fucking eye.
Right.
I didn't back down at all. So they called the cops. I continued shopping. I had my cart like maybe halfway full when the cops came and approached me towards the back of the store. Two nice cops, they said, "Look, they really don't want you here. Let's go outside. Let's talk about it outside." I said, "You can't do this. You can't do this. This is total violation of my rights."
Mhm.
And I said, because I know a lot of police officers in my community. They used to come to my restaurant and eat at my restaurant, and so I didn't want to cause a stir. My wife has a position in the community, and I didn't want to, jeopardize that. I obliged, and I said, "All right, let's go outside. Let's talk about it outside." And I broke it down to them, and they agreed. And I said, I'll never step foot in this place again. I wrote a nice letter, to the higher ups, to corporate management of Sam's. Never went back. Never went back. They didn't even try to, console me in any way, shape, or form. No apologies, nothing. Because it was the height of COVID, and they had to fall in line with whatever they were being told to do. Um, Same thing happened to Home Depot. Home Depot was worse. They surrounded me, and I felt like it was a scene out of a Bruce Lee movie where I was just going to start kicking everybody. But they they pretty much stood down, and I walked again. I walked past them and started shopping. I had one of those flatbed carts,
Yeah.
and I'm stupid sometimes, but I just kept on going. And then next thing you know, the cops come and they say, they don't want you here, blah blah blah. Same thing, very nice. They didn't get out of hand. They knew I was right.
Yeah.
But I never went. I have not been back to Home Depot. I have not been back to Sam's. Um, a couple other stores who are now no longer in business. To be honest, they're not even around anymore. But I felt like I was the only one doing it, Dave.
I know.
Everyone else. I remember people standing on line to go inside the store. I'm like, what the fuck are you people online for? Oh, they only allow 25 people into the store at one time. I said, are you kidding me? And I would walk right in and get what I need and walk right the fuck out. It was like, I'm not. I'm not conforming to your tyrannical fucking. It never happened. Then I really dug into the law, and I printed it out and I carried it in a yellow manila envelope because I had got sent to a job in the city, in the heart of the city, and I had to take the train down into the city. And I was told that on the train they tell you to wear a mask. And I was lucky enough. The first few times, the conductor was the first time was a young lady. She didn't care at all. The next few times it was, younger guys, an older guy. They didn't care. No one bothered me.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's this young black girl, and they come up to you, they ask for your ticket so they can punch your ticket, whatever, and then she says, "You have to wear your mask," and I said, "No, I don't." And she says, "Well, that's our policy." I said, "Show me your policy." And she knew she couldn't show me her policy,
Mm-hmm.
so she walks away. The next stop, and up here, the stops are not, one after the other. They in an express train, which is the one I was on, you might skip like 5 or 6 stops, and then you get a stop. So the very next stop, a sergeant and a police officer gets on, right where I'm at. Now I'm sitting on, uh, it's like almost like a booth style seating area where it's towards the end of the car, where the bench in front of you is facing you, and I have my feet up,
Right.
my bag and my cooler, and then my yellow manila envelope with the law written on it, so you can see it. 18 USC 243, I think it was. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's what it was. In any case, they come over. She comes back, and she's talking to them. I have my headphones on, acting like I'm not hearing what's going on. So I see the one guy pull out his little pad and he starts taking notes. And I said, "Excuse me, officer, are you writing me a ticket?" He goes, "No, no, you're good." I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm good." Yeah, I didn't say anything else to him. So the sergeant, before they walk away, and this is what I think, because I don't know what he wrote, but I think that he had to document what she said. You understand?
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
they didn't ask me anything, but I think he just pulled out his book to document what she said, because obviously she called them. So when
Right.
they were when they when they were ready to leave and walk away, the sergeant pulled out a mask from his pocket. He goes, "Here, sir, you can wear this if you want," and he put it down next to me and walked away. And I was never bothered again.
Nice.
And it all comes down to, and I've since learned so much more. I just went today, actually. I finally did it. I got all my paperwork notarized to become a state national. That's the next thing I'm working on. And it's a process. It's a
Yeah.
lot you have to learn. It's a lot of paperwork, but I implore everyone to do it. You got to do it.
We got to talk about that because I'm looking into that myself and
You got
have
to
been.
do it, Dave. You got to do it, man.
Yeah.
Everyone needs
But
to
there's
do it.
different ways to do it. Are you changing your name legally?
No, you don't have to. What you have to do is go by your legal name is lowercase,
Right.
not uppercase.
Right.
And so how you were brought into this world is your legal name, but you have to, you have to ensure that you continue to use that. And when you write letters to the authorities, if you're ever in a situation where you have to write letters to the authorities, you have to write lowercase, especially the I's. When you
Mhm.
refer to yourself as DaveSnedeker, your I has to be a lowercase I, because that's literally your body. The I and the dot is your head.
Ah, interesting. I haven't heard that one.
You have to use blue ink in certain cases and red ink in others, never black.
Right.
And they don't teach you this because they don't want you to know. They
Right.
don't want you to regain your ownership of self.
And ownership of the money that
Right. The
they've
treasury,
been making off
the
of
the
it.
trust fund.
Are you
Right.
going after that?
Oh, 100%. But first, I have to, get my deed. I have to recover my deed, and my property, which is my
Well,
children.
the reason why we need to talk about this is because Bobby Lawrence is doing a different method where you just do a name change and then a revocation of election. And it's the easiest path towards what we're discussing, is my understanding of this.
You don't want easy. You want thorough. You want thorough. Let me give you an example. You don't want them to come back at you with anything. So you want to make sure you cover all bases. So I have a letter going to Secretary Blinken. Give me 1 second because I have it right here. And it has to be a certain type of paper, like the texture itself. It can't be regular paper.
Interesting. Just FYI, we got 20, almost 2,500 people in the audience here tonight. So welcome, one and all. I'm still here. I just turned my camera off for a little bit. I was doing stuff, but welcome everybody.
And I can't get my avatar to work, so I apologize for those who are wondering.
Well, now you all know why the NAACP reached out to him.
So one of the letters goes out to the Internal Revenue Service, the Internal Revenue Office of the Commissioner, and this is regarding the revocation of election to pay taxes.
Right.
Okay, that's one.
Okay.
The other one goes out to Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service regarding same thing, revocation of election to pay taxes. The other one, give me a second here. What do I do with it? It should be together with those.
I tell you what, why don't we talk about it another time? Get it dialed in. I'll tell you what I'm looking at. You tell me what you're looking at. Where did you get your method? Who taught it to you? Or
give me 1 second.
Anna Von Reitz or David Straight?
It's from Anna Von Reitz, not David Straight. It's from Anna Von Reitz, someone who taught her. Where is this? What the hell? This is pissing me off now because I had them all together and now they're not. I had to have about 30 pages notarized today. No exaggeration.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. Yep. Together with the notice of intent with the fee schedule, you know, what they're liable for violating my rights. The installation of a smart meter, you know that? They have no rights to do that. I stopped a guy the other day trying to come here and put a regulator on my propane tank to monitor my propane. Yeah, I threatened him to fuck off my property.
By the way, guys, Jasper is here. He's just been really good. I exercised him a little bit earlier today, and then we're going to go out for a walk tonight. But he's been really good tonight.
So what I wanted to mention to you, Dave, was the deed of land recording, and it's American common law copyright and trademark of trade name, and then it's my children's names. That's all in red. The whole document's in red, and you sign it in red.
Okay.
All right. And for some reason, I can't find the other paperwork, but like you said, we can go over this another time. It was all here today. I had it all together. I'm gonna have to ask my. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I got it. Gives you complete directions of exactly what to do. Very thorough instructions, I should say, on what to do. Yeah, we could definitely go over this. I can give you all this information. But the other one is declaration of political status. And that's the one that goes to Blinken.
Interesting.
Yeah, Anthony Blinken, Office of the Secretary of State, because this has to be recorded with the Secretary of State and with your state assembly. You know, like I said, it has to be thorough. There's a lot to this. It can't be you can't look for the quickest way to do it. You have to look for the most thorough, because they're
Yeah.
gonna try to come back at you with, "Oh, you didn't do this, you didn't do that." No, motherfucker, I did it all. It's right here.
That's awesome. Hey, I just found this one I was trying to find earlier. The Snowden tweet: "There may never be a safer election in which to vote for a third option."
Yes, I remember that.
The New York
Wait,
Times.
that's the one where there's 98-1. That's one, right? 98-2, something like that.
93% chance of winning.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton has a 93% chance of winning. What do you think Snowden was getting at here? He was anti-Trump as well.
Well, he's he was a pawn.
Yeah.
He was a pawn. But it's funny because the way he disclosed everything almost makes it seem like if he was playing both sides. Like that was his out. Like he was an asset, but then he had his out and he got the fuck out of there. Maybe he saw everything.
By the way, you were right. This was another one. This was
Yeah, there you
98.1% to Trump 1.6.
They should have put 1.7.
I know, right? I know. But 1.6 is pretty badass too.
Yeah.
The 16.
16.
That's a badass drop.
Is Hillary's pin post still the same?
Yeah, dude.
Did we go over that Trump dropped something with the same time stamp? Did we go over that?
Yeah. That he did the timestamp of 1001.
Yeah.
But
Right
this
after we talked about it.
Well, didn't he lead me there? Oh no.
No, you already was on that.
No, yeah. I was on that, and he did it after.
Yeah, he did it right after we were talking about it.
Yeah,
Remember, I think I posted like the next day or something like that.
Yeah. That's right.
That was confirmation. Boom.
Yes. Shit, I forgot about that, man. Holy cow! I'm glad you reminded me.
Mm-hmm.
But this was 16. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday will deliver on the MAGA promise. POTUS knows he must clean house government in order to free up and demonstrate who has authority in order to pass important legislation. Yeah. POTUS is not in control. Anyone to think POTUS is not in control is kidding themselves. Also, he's 100% insulated with zero risk of impeachment. Yeah.
Remember not too long ago, a couple of weeks back, where that dropped 44. I brought it up because of the emergency stop where he stopped and switched planes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what got us talking about the whole Hillary pin posting.
Right.
And that same night, he posted at 44, at 12:44 a.m.
That's right.
And the 306 timestamp of that post, he posted a 3-minute and 6-second video.
That's right.
That was, he's given us so many clues, direct comms.
Yeah, totally.
Not regular comms, direct fucking comms.
Yeah.
For us to be like, you know what, it's definitely, and now with Spirit's posts, come on.
Yeah. He's never given that much Q confirmation in one day ever, and he's never posted somebody's
to one person
8 times
to one person. That's exactly. Right.
Yeah,
I've seen him do a lot of comms in one day, but that was one, and it was memes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that drop just came up the other day. Memes ready. So I mean, I think we're gonna witness it, Dave. I know I'm not crazy. I know you're not crazy.
Yeah.
We've been called crazy for so many years, but I'm still standing on all of this, that it's gonna happen. It has to. It's the only way
Yeah.
to straighten this all out.
It's our only way out of this.
Right. It's the only way out.
I was telling Script the other night that I feel sorry for people that aren't dialed into Q because there's not a solution in their camp.
You know what I noticed about people who haven't. Somebody said Trump did the Q sign tonight. Oh my God, it's 12:54 already.
Yeah, we got to
Um,
close down.
yeah, you got a deadline tomorrow.
Yeah.
It. I just lost my train of thought.
It,
Oh,
it-
for me,
the
everyone
Q.
that I have a conversation with that is not aware of Q, they immediately think, like, the first words that come out of their mouth when something new comes up is negative. There's
Yeah.
no positivity in their
You're
train
right.
of thought,
Yeah.
and it's sad. That, to me, that saddens me.
Yeah.
Forget about them not knowing Q. Q is not that easy to navigate through and understand.
Right.
But just the simple fact that they're always negative about everything, that's sad.
Yeah.
There's like no hope for them. Oh, we're gonna be like Venezuela, you know. They're gonna come over. Millions of people are gonna come over the border. They're gonna they're gonna destroy our neighborhoods. And you know what?
Yeah.
If you keep watching the mainstream media and looking at what they put out there, yeah, you're gonna fall into that. So
Yeah. Absolutely. It's it's definitely a an uplifting experience digging into Q because you feel like you're in the huddle. Like I used to use the analogy all the time that the reason why we are like at the end of a basketball game when the coach calls a timeout and everyone huddles up, the cheerleaders aren't in the huddle. The parents that are cheering you on or the family members aren't in the huddle. The scorekeeper, the mascot, the principal of the school or the dean, they're not in the huddle. The only people in the huddle are the people that need to be in the huddle.
players
The players,
and the ones calling
the
the shot.
managers that are supporting the players, the
Right.
coaches, the assistant coaches, and that's the team. That's who's going to carry out the strategy when you go back out on the court. And Q has allowed us into the huddle because we are the keystone. Q said that the map is key and the stone was POTUS and MAGA.
And we
POTUS.
understand and we understand the complexity of the playbook. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that because it gives me a different perspective. I started thinking as you said that as a parent or someone looking in from the outside,
Mm-hmm.
if if they're if they're supporting a winning team, then it's going to be that much easier for them to cheer for the players, the coaches, the manager, even the owners. We were losing for a long time. We're
Yeah.
really starting to show, you know, some touchdowns, some serious touchdowns. We're
Yeah.
starting to spread the score right now. So I think it's going to become a lot easier for people to get behind the winning team without having to fully understand the drops. And then they'll understand it once everything starts to transpire real time because it'll be undeniable at that point. It'll be almost
Yeah.
word for word, like with the memes that Spirit just posted the other day, and Trump retweeting them. It's word for word. It's right there.
Yeah.
You know.
It's
That's
never
great analogy.
been more obvious to people that don't necessarily, dive like we do. You know, um, it was just, you know, confirmation after confirmation after confirmation. It was really cool. It was really cool. Um,
Well, hopefully one day, and I said this before, I'll say it again. You and I can work on a script. You know, put together a movie.
oh man, that would be something, wouldn't it?
Even if it was a scene from this movie, it'd be great.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm working on tomorrow night. I mentioned that I'm at 8 o'clock. I'm going to screen my romantic comedy, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for people to support my next movie, and which is primarily already shot, and then kind of roll that into creating more entertainment that we want to see with people we want to support, because Hollywood is dead. Like,
Right.
nobody wants to get Netflix, nobody wants to get Apple TV or Disney Plus, or nobody wants to support Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg, and I mean, Hollywood is dead, and it is dead as many of us think it is now. It is going to be really dead very, very soon.
I
Okay.
noticed some certain, because I don't watch a whole lot of TV. I like to try to find documentaries when I do watch. But I noticed advertising for movies with actors and actresses who I've never seen before,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is good.
Yeah.
I don't want the usual
I don't want
anymore.
to see Bruce Willis again, honestly. Like, I've enjoyed him, but I don't need to see, I don't need to see Tom Hanks playing another character.
Yeah.
By the way, do you know, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. But you were saying about you were seeing some movies with actors you didn't
No,
did
I just wanted to point that out, that I think you're right about Hollywood being dead, and we're seeing what we used to refer to as B level actors. You know, I think you're going to see a lot more of that, which is fine by me. I think there's so much talent out there that was not allowed into Hollywood or any form of entertainment because they didn't fall in line with what they wanted them to do.
Mhm.
So I'd love to see some new raw talent. Whether it be movies, Broadway, and I had a really good hook with Broadway. I mean, we used to get seats, 5, 6 rows back, center
Really?
stage, and
Wow.
yeah, I know a producer. But when COVID hit and they started with all the bullshit, the vaccine cards and all that, I haven't been to a Yankee game either. And I used to go there
Yeah.
religiously. I've been to
Yeah.
the World Series games, All Star games, playoffs games. I have not gone back, and I refuse to. So I want to see everything change. Top down.
Do the largest uh agency in Hollywood is, CAA, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Wow.
this is their headquarters. Okay. This,
Dude.
yeah, okay. So this building up top is their headquarters. Okay. The Masonic compass,
Mm-hmm.
the all-seeing eye right here, the two triangles or pyramids. I actually worked in this building on the right here for a while, and I brought this up actually because when I was going there, they were making me wear a mask, and I wouldn't wear one. and it was causing a lot of problems in the office. And so I just stopped going because I was tired of being hassled.
Right.
And so I just worked from home. But this is, dude, this whole area is demonic. Okay. And I'll tell you, it's and it's the same, by the way, the same builder as the World Trade Centers.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
there's a slight resemblance.
Here's the you'll notice even a bigger resemblance here when you see this one. So these are the towers, the twin towers in Century City. So you could see how they're a
Right.
little similar to
Right.
the
Yep.
right. And then the CAA building is this glass building here, where you look through straight onto the the Masonic symbol, and also these two pyramids. But there was imaging in the marble in those pyramids that was really, really creepy. But the one I'm trying to find for you is this one, which they've taken a lot of these pictures. But there's a fountain out in front of CAA. This is it right here. This fountain built in the heart of Century City. It's an all-seeing eye, and it's in the other side. It's in the front part. It's on the top part.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
You just showed me the watch the water.
Ah.
The eye watching water.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Watch the water.
Nice.
And I'm going to
cat.
blow your mind even more, because, hand to God, I was looking at an old decode I did that talks about the parents of Chelsea Clinton's husband. Talks about him and his parents. I was just looking at that earlier today. Dude, I was just looking at that earlier today. Now, and I need to find it because I want to go over this. I don't want to misspeak.
By the way,
But
here's the fountain,
one of-
and I'll see it right here. The eye right here on the other side of this, and there's a fountain in there. That's the water I was showing you earlier.
Yeah, it's right there, bro.
Yeah.
It's right in your fucking face.
So Chelsea Clinton's husband.
So remember the drop that said Mazinski was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and grew up attending a conservative Jewish synagogue? Remember that drop? I don't remember. At 526. Bring up 526.
Okay.
And I don't know how I can share this with you right now. You know what? I can
Here's
screenshot it.
Mark Mazvinsky.
Yeah, I'm going
He
to
grew up
screenshot
attending a
this.
conservative Jewish synagogue and Friends Central School, a Quaker school outside of Philadelphia.
Right.
Both parents are House of Representatives.
Right. So at the bottom it says, follow him and the family down the hole to find more truth.
What number did you say it was?
526.
Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. Yeah. Go ahead and talk about this. I got to let him out, I think.
So Edward was the father, born and raised in Iowa, served 2 terms as Democrat in the House of Representatives for Iowa's 1st Congressional District. Marjorie was the mother, former journalist and member of the House of Representatives for Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Marjorie and Edward became very close friends with the Clintons, and their son went on to marry Chelsea Clinton, daughter of Bill and Hillary. Mark also served on the board of Madison Square Park, located in the Flatiron District of New York City, an area known for its modeling agencies, many exclusive clubs and restaurants frequented by very prominent people in the political, entertainment, and sports arena. a favorite place to hang out for the LGBTQ. This is me talking because I know this for a fact. You understand? This is part of my decode. That part of Manhattan there, right, is known for that. Um, so the question that I pose, right, and Mark, the one who's in question with this drop here, right, he grew up attending a conservative Jewish synagogue. Mark Mazinski is Chelsea Clinton's husband, right? He's a partner at TPG, located in Fort Worth, Texas, just a few blocks away from the Sandman Hotel. Remember the Sandman Hotel? The bombing at the Sandman Hotel? Right? That whole area there, to me, is like a small New York. It's very eerily similar to New York, the way they set it up. And beneath that area there is a series of tunnels that are no longer in use, at least for the public or to the public. But it's easy for them to get around, kind of like DC and New York. Right now, in Chelsea's wedding, we know that Ghislaine Maxwell was there. She attended that wedding. We know that. That's a fact. But the question is, who invited her? Was it the Clintons who invited her? Or was it the Mazinskis that invited her? So that was a decode that I put out there, and I added the painting of Bill Clinton that hung on Epstein's wall with the blue dress, and then Hillary wore the same blue dress. You remember that? Did he leave? He left. You know what? Let me see if I can. Uh, yeah, I did a video on it. Yes, I did. And it was 24 hour a day short of a 5 year zero delta, meaning the time was exactly the same, and it was just a day off. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do this another day because it's a 14-minute video. Can anybody hear me? I think he stepped away for a little bit. So yeah, I'll send that decode to Dave, or I'll put it up. I'll repost it on my page. Um, thanks, Renz. I'll repost it on my page so you guys can take a look at that at your leisure. But I found that very compelling, especially in that area. There was one building with what looked like, when you look at it from a bird's eye view, it looked like an eyeball, or a round circle with a black dot. And that came up not too long ago, and a lot of people made the correlation between the Starlink logo, the circle with the dot. Let me rephrase that. I made the correlation between that Starlink logo and this building that looks exactly like that. And if you go on Google Earth will 100% of the time give you the label attached to whatever you're looking at, whatever building it is. Even if it's a building that's a block long, it'll give you several labels within that building of the businesses that are located under that address. This building, for some reason, there's no label at all. And directly across the street from it is a JFK monument memorial. It's pretty wild. I don't know if you ever saw that decode that I put out, Dave. I'm talking about when I decoded the 526 and Scavino's drop, which it was a day away from a 5 year delta, zero delta.
I don't think I did.
I could screenshot it now, and you could put it up for you to see. But I did like a 14-minute video on it. Um, but I could screenshot it and send it to you. and then we can go over the video another time because I know you got things to do.
Yeah,
Really
and I
soon.
got my little dude got sick too, so I need to tend to him. I gave him, I think, a little bit too much grease tonight with some. I added some little burger to his dog food, and so I think it
Too
didn't
much
sit
fat.
well with him. Yeah.
Yeah, that happens,
Hey,
especially if they're
buddy,
not used.
come on down. But yeah, let's break that down another time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I went later than I wanted to go to tonight, and I'm sorry this is going along because you just got back from vacay. You're probably tired yourself, huh?
I knocked out when I got home yesterday. I was so tired. I wanted to get on with you. I had every intention of doing it, but I got home, I laid down, and I crashed. I was tired. I was still recuperating, I guess, all the
Yeah,
running around.
no
I did a
worries.
lot of walking. I haven't walked like that in a long time, and I think I overdid it. You know.
Cool. Well, nothing like getting a little exercise on your vacay. Most people don't get enough of that on their vacations.
Oh, I don't mind it. We usually do, but with my foot the way it is, the arch on my foot isn't giving. It stays in that position. You know what I'm
Really?
saying? Because of the screws, I have three screws in my foot now, and it's
Right,
holding
right.
the bone that bone that's above the arch there. It's holding it in that position because that's where the fracture was on the inside of that bone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Normally, when you step like with a bare foot, your foot will flatten down to a certain extent. My foot's not flattening at all. So I haven't gotten the inner soles yet because I can't wear a shoe still without the
Mm,
pain. It's still a little swollen on the top, but
wow.
I'm definitely gonna have to do that. Yeah, I just sent you that decode, the picture, not the video. If you want to just look at that real quick.
What's the did you send that in
The X message.
okay. Okay.
And then yeah, I know I'm probably not gonna go to bed right now, but I gotta start winding down myself. Labor Day weekend, a lot going on this weekend. Tomorrow's actually our parade, which I would have gone, but it's a lot of walking, and I just
Wait a minute.
can't. A lot of walking.
Is this Labor Day weekend?
Yeah,
I guess it is. Shit.
yeah.
It wasn't even on my radar, man. Here it is. Here it is. Um
Yeah.
so
So
what was your
I give
bottom line?
a brief description at the top, right there, of each
Mhm.
one of them. But in
Uh-huh.
my video, I went into more detail about the drop. My question was, who invited Ghislaine to the wedding?
Mm.
Was it the Clintons or was it the Mazinskis? With her mom
Uh,
being what do you call it? A reporter, a journalist, right? And
yeah.
and we know her dad he pretty much ran that field for many years over in Europe that extended over to here, obviously, working with the Mossad. Are they Mossad? Are they assets?
Mm.
Is she an asset? They both worked for Congress. He went on to marry Chelsea. Their son went on to
Yeah.
marry Chelsea. There's the blue dress.
Wow.
And Hillary Ward, too.
And Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, cocksucker.
And now um the bride normally is on the left side, on that side, I think, the bride, because she
Oh,
comes.
party wise, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Hmm.
But we never got to the bottom of that as to who invited her. I get what you're saying.
Hmm.
That could be the case right there, but it could also be the Mazinskis. They don't show them at all. I haven't been able to find any pictures of that wedding where they show his parents. They barely show him. You know.
Yeah.
So it's just something that I was pondering a while back. You know, are they Mossad, and maybe that's why they try to remain low key. I don't know.
Nice, nice dig there. Um,
Oh wait. Give me 2 minutes. I have to. I don't want to do this yet. This is why I thought it is. When you showed me CAA,
uh-huh.
and I said to you, I kid you not, I was looking at this today because I was going back in my old digs, and this one came up, and this was a good one because the headquarters of the company that he was part of is in Fort Worth, Texas. Remember the Sandman Hotel, the explosion at the Sandman Hotel in
Yeah.
Fort Worth, Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that he was a few blocks away. The headquarters for TPK was it or TPG? I don't remember what it was. Um, one of their clients is CAA.
Mm.
One of their many clients is CAA. Now, how big are you that you have the CAA in your portfolio? You're managing the CAA. Hello.
Yeah.
They gotta be Mossad.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they're totally tapped in to all the evil. All
Can you?
the
I'm gonna ask you to do one thing before you go, Dave.
Sure.
Can you Google Earth Fort Worth, Texas,
Mm-hmm.
just to show your audience before we go? I want to show you those towers and the resemblance of the twin towers. He's his his company, the company he was partnered with, is headquartered in those twin towers in Fort Worth.
By the way, this is Princess Elizabeth Station is the Google Earth spot that that Ingersoll Lockwood takes us to in Antarctica.
I haven't looked at that. I haven't been on Ingersoll for a while.
Yeah. So let me see.
All you have to do is Google Fort Worth, Texas, and zoom in.
Here we go.
Zooms. Yeah, it zooms right into the towers. Find Fort Worth where it says Fort Worth. Yours
Where'd it
comes
go?
up different than mine.
There it is.
Yeah, keep zooming. Red dot. Yep. Keep going. Yep, there they are. Scroll up a little bit. See the two towers?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
See that?
Um,
It's like the twin towers. Look at that.
yeah. You know
And
who
the
owns
headquarters of the company that Mark Mazinski works for is in those towers. They manage the CAA.
Interesting.
It's TPG. TPG is the name of the company. And if you just go to tpg.com, I believe it is, it shows you who they manage. Mm. Yeah, TPG. You go to portfolio,
So
and it's there.
I believe the those buildings are owned by and what does TPG do?
TPG is an investment firm.
Okay.
They manage, I guess, the company's finances. But they're involved in everything from healthcare, you know, software, you name it. And their portfolio is massive. Check it out. When later, you don't have to do it right now, but
I'm
go to
typing in creative artist,
tpg.com.
but it's not the it's not
No, no,
allowing me
no.
to search.
No. If you go to tpg.com,
That's where I'm at.
okay, go to portfolio,
That's where I'm at.
then just keep hitting the plus sign because there's a lot of them. And oh shit, are they no longer representing them?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's not
Oh yeah, it's
finding.
there. No, it's there. It's there. It's between Convey and Crunch. Continental Airlines, Chobani, China Hydroelectronic Corporation.
Oh, here it is, right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Denali, Deutsche, Cushman and Wakefield. I mean, all the big names.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
the
yeah.
big names. CAA.
Yeah.
CAA. He is
Oh, I see what you're
one of the
saying.
partners
Okay.
of this company.
Hmm.
That's huge.
Now, let me tell you a little something more about those buildings in Fort Worth. I believe they're the largest buildings in Fort Worth, and I believe
Mhm.
they're owned by the Bass family.
That's right.
And the Bass family,
They run Texas.
they run Texas and they control the courts
And
in
there's a
Texas.
court right across the street from there. Family court.
Hmm.
Family court. Think of that. Children, child support.
Yeah.
And I went on to describe the tunnels beneath Fort Worth that were built years ago, and they've been laying dormant. They're not in use anymore, but you can still use them if you wanted to. They connect the city pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of New York on a smaller scale. McAfee. Wow. I'm just going through more companies that they represent. McAfee's one of them. Neiman Marcus, Norwegian. A lot of big names. Are you scrolling through right now? I'm sorry, I'm not even on that screen. You
No,
still
I
scrolling or?
went
Oh,
to I went back to the Google Maps. I had shown everybody the Bass family, who they are.
oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Evil. Evil.
yeah.
Human trafficking, drug trafficking, you name it.
We got 25 over 2,500 in the audience right now, and with that, I got to go check on my dude, and get him out for a walk. But yeah, I was scrolling through. There's some pretty Crunch, Continental Airlines, Cushman and Wakefield. Yeah.
Viking Cruises, Uber. Teachers of Tomorrow, Spotify, Sling. I mean, there's so many. Source Labs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
Another
and-
rabbit hole we need to go down one day is the World Childhood Foundation, run by the Queen of Sweden.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Guess who they're honoring this November in New York City? Ericsson.
Who? Hey, you got your avatar as we're about to sign off.
Did you see me? Did you
Your
hear me?
avatar just popped up.
Are you kidding me?
No.
No.
Just out of the blue. What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Come on.
I swear to
Come on.
God.
It was just hiding this
I
whole
didn't do
time? That's
I
funny.
didn't do anything. I was talking about Ericsson that they're honoring Ericsson, the huge telecommunication company,
Oh
giant.
yeah.
They're
Yeah.
the guest of honor at their annual gala in New York City this year. Okay, why is the
Wow.
Queen of England? First of all, I'm sorry, not the Queen. The Queen of Sweden involved with a foundation who, on the onset of this company, her motto was, to rid the world of all, you know, um, I don't want to misspeak. You mind if I bring it up real quick?
What's that?
World
The-
Childhood Foundation.
Let's do it another time because I gotta
Okay.
go check on my dude.
All right, brother.
But Hawk did a poll. Do you think Dave should get a Sir Oliver haircut? No, no, 53%. Yes, 46%. Poll complete, 32 votes.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm letting my hair grow a little bit. But yeah, I used to rock a beard like yours, actually.
Keep the hair as long as you can, man.
I know, right?
Keep it as long as you can.
I can't believe it was so close. It looks to me like almost like a Harris Trump poll. Hawk, is this like a Fox poll, man? You know how close it is. That's funny. Hey, dude, thanks for coming on, man. This was awesome. Let's do it again when we're not when we, you're not fresh off vacay and yeah, we'll do it again. Dina's asking when we can get on again.
Well,
Maybe.
I look forward to seeing your movie tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
A
that'd be
reminder
great.
for that.
Awesome. Yeah, please do. Yeah, and I do think your wife would dig it if she likes romantic comedies.
Mm-hmm.
And the kids, yeah, the girls really love it. It's got a lot of heart. I shot it in New York City, and the only thing I'd have to say is that I did it. It has a gay theme. Basically, the story is Allison Eastwood, who's Clint Eastwood's daughter, plays the character Sam, and she only lives with gay men in New York City. And because, it's safe and, doesn't have to get involved romantically in the whole bit. So there's that whole theme that would disgust me in today's movie dumb, but back then it was very unique. But now they're shoving it down our throat. Whereas back then, a gay themed movie, this was 24 years ago, going on 25 years ago. And back then it was very unique and it was fun, because, the LGBTQ weren't shoving shit down our throat like they are now. Whereas now I'm counting seconds of any new show or movie I watch as to when they're going to bring on a gay character or the Black and Asian characters, whether it suits the story or not, but so at any rate, it'll be fun. I'd love you to join us. And I'm going to do a Q&A after. So it'll be kind of, just kind of stuff like, how did you do this? Or what did you, people have stories, questions about, how you make a movie. And so I can do all that and have some fun with it. So
man, look forward to it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, brother. We'll talk. We'll see you tomorrow night then.
Anytime, bro.
All right. Awesome stuff, man. And good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging with us. And I tomorrow night at 8 p.m. is when we're doing the movie night. So please, if you would, maybe take a screenshot of this, share it out with everybody. And I'm looking forward to sharing it with you all tomorrow night at 8 p.m. That is by the way. That is Central Time. Let me do that. Now you can take a screenshot of it and maybe share it out if you would, please. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. CST, Saturday, August 31st, movie night with Sned's romantic comedy. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Much love to you all. Stay true to yourselves. Hug your loved ones, and hug yourself. Give yourself some props for being awake and going through all this madness with the awareness that you have, and still keeping your mind straight, and still, keeping the fight, and spreading the good word. Give yourselves a big hug for that, because that's huge. And when we look back on this time in human history, I think we're going to be blown away as to what we went through together. So let's relish that. Let's enjoy this journey. That's why Q said enjoy the show. All right, my friends. Good night. Good night, Oliver. Thanks, man.
Good night, brother. Take it easy.